committee, our principal, then Dean Jena of School of Engineering. Then I would also express my heartfelt thanks for the patrons as well as the coordinators in the form of Mrs. Dipti Elanki, Bijoli Mandal, and Atri Bandopadhyaya. As well as I am also very much thankful to the members of the organizing committee and to the experts who will deliver their knowledge as well as very useful information for the participants that will enrich definitely their knowledge bank. So there are of course topics covering various aspects of civil engineering which will definitely be useful for us and that will be useful for our faculty as well as for participants who have joined from outside. With this, last but not the least, I would definitely be thankful to our friend, philosopher, guide of our department, Professor Somnath Ghosh, who has all along been quite helpful and encouraging for organizing these kind of grand occasions. Thank you all, sir. It's my heartfelt thanks to everybody, and I wish all the best for this auspicious occasion. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. I would request our principal, sir, Professor Dr. Shubhrata Mandal, to deliver an inaugural speech.
Very good, very good morning to everybody, all participants and all eminent persons. It's a great pleasure to me that our civil engineering department is going to organize a 5 days faculty development program on a recent topics, recent advancement of civil engineering. I'm really grateful to the departments who are organizing this type of faculty development program. I think it is very much required for each and every colleges to organize this type of faculty development program seminars to enrich the knowledge of the faculties, which will be transmit to the students as well as the benefit of the nations. So the topics is the recent development of the civil engineering. I think number of eminent persons are here who will give some highlights on these topics, but I will just add something which can be discussed in this faculty development program, which I mean the advancement in the domain of civil engineering is the nowadays what I observe, that is a vertical farming, self-filling concrete, and 3D modeling printing, then modular constructions, then plastic road, and number of things are Internet of Things and others are there. Normally, some topics may be discussed on urban design, rather advanced construction technique. I think Professor Ghosh will be very much give some highlights of the advanced construction technique towards the structural constructions and evacuation pattern in high-rise building, then fiber reinforcement concrete. So number of solar building, number of things are can be discussed here from where the participant will get knowledge as well as they'll enrich their knowledge in this domain as on date, and ultimately the student will be benefited. And when the students will be benefited, definitely the name of students will be increased as well as the name of the institute will be increased. So I think that this type of seminar and faculty development program will always organize to develop the department as well as the institute. And I think the civil engineering students, it is a very old and very big department of our college, Haldia Institute of Technology, where the college is very dynamic situations and the faculty and students are very vibrant. They always learn something new from the outsource, rather this type of program as well as the journal, etc., etc. And I will see the civil engineering students is always strong in the mathematics, basically calculus, algebra, trigonometry, and geometry. So, and until unless the human being is not disappears, the development of civil engineering is going on. Road will be required, bridge will be required, and everything. So, this is a very good department. I think it will get success. It will give a great success. So, I wish the great success of this faculty development program. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for providing some time out of your busy schedule. I would now request our advisor, Professor Somnath Ghosh, sir, to discuss importance of this faculty development program. Sir, kindly unmute.
First of all, thank you very much, Principal Sir, because you are always, on the hurry. You are running from one department to other department, and then there your selection committee and many other people are coming to you for discussing very important matters. And out of that busy schedule, at least you could manage to get some time for us, and this is very encouraging for us. Thank you very much, sir. Uh, I welcome all the participants in this program because whatever I came to know from Professor Bijuri Mandal, that the total number of participants is very nearly to 400. It's around 400. So it's good that people from different parts of our country, not only for West Bengal, most of them are from outside West Bengal, and probably they will participate at 11 because our lecture schedules will start at 11. So probably they will join at 11. Anyway, uh, first of all, we have to understand the importance of this kind of program. When I, did my bachelor's degree, then we never knew this, you can say, the computer. We never saw computer. And when I, studied at IIT Kharagpur, at that time also, we had computer, but at that time this card punching, this, that, many things are there. But still, I used to come to Jadavpur University in a particular center. It is regional computer center, and we used to put all those cards, means huge, say 500, 600 cards punched at different location, and they used to put it in the Baro 6700 computer, and after 15-20 minutes or sometime more, we used to get the output, and then after debugging, we are changing the cards if required, and then we are putting it again. So that was the situation at that time. And not only that, that normally when we used to go to Kharagpur, we means my teacher, Professor Shapon Mujumdar, and myself and my friend Sriman Bhattacharya, who was the deputy director of IIT Kharagpur. Now he became the vice chancellor of Shivnadri University, Chennai. We used to go in the evening train, and we used to wait in a particular room. There are only few chairs and table, and after giving this entire the package of cards, we waited there. Sometimes it is taking time, but after 10 o'clock, we used to get the output very soon, because there were very few persons who were present at that moment, means after 10 o'clock. So why I am telling you all these things? Because then you will be able to understand that why we have considered 10 p.m. is the right moment. Because just, nobody will be there, our work will progress like anything. And we used to sleep on the table. If there is any problem, then Professor Mujumdar, he also used to sleep on the table. And then after debugging, again we are putting the entire package of cards, and it is like that. It was like that. And so at least I can tell you that up to 81, it was like that. But nowadays, you think about it, that just sitting in your table, you can connect anybody within a second. You can run your program within a very short time. And if the computer is powerful, then even it is not even taken few seconds only. It takes only few seconds. and also the power of the computer, the analyzing the our problems. It is very very strong now. Now, why I am telling you all these things? Because at that time and also today, I am only in the front of computer. There's lots of difference, huge difference, because every day I had to learn many things about the computer programming and about the computer and many other things. Now, even today, when I am working with my students with some finite element program, then you know, I sometimes think that how I am doing it, because I don't have any background at that time, almost no background, and that time also Fortran 4 was there, but now it is C++ and many other languages are coming. So, what I have learned in my life, whether you are in academics or in the industry, you have to update yourself. Unless you update yourself, you will be outdated. And if you are outdated, then professionally you will be weaker. Now, nobody wants that, he becomes professionally weaker, he can't do anything, and at the same time, the problem is that professionally weaker means what? It means that when you are taking classes or sessional classes or whatever it is, your student is asking you something which may not you have covered in your undergraduate or even in postgraduate, but you have to answer them. So unless you update your knowledge, then it is very defacing situation. It's difficult. It's very difficult. So nobody wants to face that. Second thing, that your students, when they are going to the industry, then immediately they are giving them some task regarding structural design or whatever it is, planning, etc., and where they need not only this knowledge of civil engineering or other disciplines, also the knowledge of computer. Without computer, they can't really do many things. Now, the company, the industry, they don't expect or they don't want to provide them much time to be industry ready. Because if they train them for design or drawing or for computer aided analysis and design, then what is happening? During that particular period, industry is not getting anything out of that particular graduate or postgraduate. So they are sometimes very unhappy. So if you go there, take a training of 1 month, and if you are compatible with this environment of that particular industry, and then they are very happy, and slowly you will be getting your position. Means they will be happy, they will give you very good work, you will be promoted. So all these things happen. Similar thing is happening in academics also, because in academics, when we are teaching, then our students must be happy. And in most of the colleges, even in our institute, there is a feedback system. And in that feedback system, if the students are saying that no, we are not happy with the teacher, then it is difficult. Then it is difficult for the administrator, like principal sir, that what to do, how to tell these teachers that the students, they told us like that. But anyway, we are here for the students. So we have to make them happy. There is no other alternative. There is no other alternative. Whether student is bad, good, or not studying, whatever it is, ultimately you have to bring them in the right track. If you can't do that, then people will say that you could not do it. If you can do 80%, then they will say, okay, we are happy with your performance, but try to do better. This is one aspect. Then we have to make the students happy. That's why our knowledge will be always updated. And in postgraduate especially, now comes research. So you always know that when you are doing higher degree, that means suppose you have done PhD, it is expected that your basic level in masters is good. Then if you have done masters, it is your basic level in BTech level is good, or your school level should be good. So that's why if somebody in class 12, class 10 becomes easier for him. Not the degree, but the knowledge. And unless you acquire that knowledge, means by upgrading continuously, you will not be able to participate in good research. You will not be able to get projects, or you will not be able to participate in consultancy. And if you go to other countries, not in our country also, that the teachers who are very popular among the students and the also in the industry, they are working hard. They are not restricting themselves within 8 hours or 6 hours. They think that only 8 hours and remaining part, maybe 1 or 2 hours for TV. Other remaining part is, I have to do the work for the industry or research or for my students. So this should be the attitude of a particular academician, because academician means he is not only teaching and research. Academician means that he is expected to contribute in the industry. Industry means the matchboxes will not come here, because matchbox means there are 5 rows of column on one side, 6 rows of column on the other side, a regular grid. That kind of problem will never come to you for consultancy. They will come to you for a complicated problem. And if it is a complicated problem, not only your computer will solve your problem, your basic knowledge in soil mechanics, in your structural mechanics, theory of structure, transportation, or water resource, environmental engineering. There are many subjects in our department, in our discipline, and those who are also, integrated to other departments also, chemical, food technology, there is connection, aerospace, naval architecture. So if we can extend our horizon, then what will happen? That we will get more consultancy, we will get more projects, and our research area will be more, we can accommodate more research scholars. And of course, if you do like that, then after a particular stage, you will be really happy as an academician. And I personally think that when a particular person is very happy with his work, means teaching, research, consultancy, all these things, then of course he will get a lot of support from administration. And I tell you, sometimes I tell that I was in Jadavpur University and then I joined here, and I sometimes feel that this is mini Jadavpur University, because here the environment is very good, at least to me. And here from dean, from your principal and the other administrators, I'm getting tremendous support from them. And as a result, sometime I'll tell you, means those who are from outside this institute, that we could develop many things. And we are in the developing stage, and I expect that much more thing is going to happen. Now, I personally feel that I have taken long time, because we have got only 8-10 minutes left to start the lecture, and the first lecture will be from a professor of HIT, English department. It's a very learned and very famous professor, and that is Jyoti Dole, and she will be discussing on many intricate issues. I think those who have not listened to Jyoti, they will never miss his lecture, because she is so good. So with this, Dean sir has already arrived. Thank you, sir, for giving us time. And now I'll request Deepti to request our Dean sir to deliver, or discuss a few things about this importance of FD program, because he is our leader. So we must listen from him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now request our Dean, School of Engineering, Professor Tarun Kanti Jana, sir, to discuss important aspects of faculty development program.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, good morning. At the outset, I would like to convey my sincere regards and thanks to the organizer, particularly Professor Bhojamnath Ghosh, sir, who is instrumental in preparing and organizing this event of technology. I was talking about that ambience prevailing over here, particularly in the civil engineering department. It is a miniature form of Jadavpur University. So I believe that under his guidance, the department has got an adequate program to educate from the architect. Well, I believe that under his guidance, the department will achieve a lot of things, particularly in the regard to academic excellence and research, and of course the consultancy part. Coming back to the faculty development program, once again, I would like to convey my for organizing this particular 1 week long faculty development program, having the theme of recent trends in civil engineering. You know that these FDP seminar, conference, workshop, they are part and parcel of the academic. And importance have gone to many more in the recent times. Why these programs are required in the present day context? For that purpose, it is imperative to throw some light on the business issues which are prevailing all over the globe. And academic institutions are also not out of this particular competition, because the market and the scenarios is changing very fast. There has been a lot of development in the changes that have taken place in the socio-economic sector. There is a tremendous development in the various types of disruptive technologies such as AI, cloud computing, data science, all these things, and they have changed the complexion of the business, the customers, and the process. So, under these circumstances, if we are not in a position to adapt to the changes, or if we are not acquainted with the latest development in different areas, we will be lagging behind and eventually we will be wiped out from the competition. So, our very survival will be in stake. To address those issues, it is a very potential platform, these seminars, faculty development programs, workshops, where we will expose the research experience, consultancy teaching experience of the renowned faculty members, and we can accrue the potential benefit from those persons, and we can move forward with those valuable inputs. We can move forward to undertake further research, and of course, it will also help in improving our teaching method in the coming days. Currently, we are in the third week of July, so our next semester is going to start. So, this is a wonderful occasion to organize this particular FDP. Once again, I will congratulate the organizer to seal this program as far as the FM execution is concerned. So, young faculty members from the civil engineering department will be exposed to very learned person. I believe that faculty members from the very renowned institution all across the country, particularly from the IIT Kharagpur, Jadavpur University, NIT Durgapur, and our own faculty member Dr. Supriya Rai and Dr. Jyoti Dole ma'am will deliver their speech. As far as the topic is concerned, I am not from the civil engineering background, but going through the topic, I found that quite a significant number of things surrounding the civil engineering domain will be discussed. So, I believe that the young faculty members, researchers, even the practicing engineers who will join this particular FDP will be immensely benefited. Another point which I would like to share, and also I would like to once to reiterate that the civil engineering department has organized particular FDP in association with the IQAC, where I am working as a convener. Because this sort of FDP seminar workshop having a distinct and typical theme like research technology, communication skill, and of course the IPR aspects. These will, if these are included in the topics, that will help us to fetch more points in our next research process. So thank you very much. So organizer, I believe that under the guidance of Professor Sunand Ghosh sir, more such programs will be organized in the near future. I will suggest and I will request, as far as my little knowledge is concerned, in the coming days, I will request to organize some seminar or workshop or FDPs where the techniques such as AI, data science can be applied in the domain of civil engineering. I know that smart building, smart transportation, smart materials are coming in a big way as far as the civil engineering domain is concerned. So I believe that this particular FDPs will be extremely helpful, and those young faculty members who will undergo this particular FDP for the 1 week long, they will be extremely benefited as far as their time-based teaching and the research is concerned, and also in the process of time, they will be able to undertake consultancy independently. So I believe that this particular FDP will be extremely successful and all I will be extremely benefited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jyoti Dole from Haldia Institute of Technology, Professor Somnath Ghosh from Haldia Institute of Technology, Dr. Anjali Pal from IIT Kharagpur, Dr. Partha Ghosh from Jadavpur University, Dr. Amiya Kumar Samanta from NIT Durgapur, Dr. Damodar Maiti from IIT Kharagpur, Professor M. Amarnath Reddy from IIT Kharagpur, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Roy from Jadavpur University, Dr. Supriyo Roy from Haldia Institute of Technology, and last but not the least, Somnath Ghosh sir, Haldia Institute of Technology. I would now like to extend my vote of thanks. I would like to thank our principal sir and dean sir to take out their valuable time for us and address the inaugural session. I thank our registrar sir and other administrative staff for supporting us with all the facilities we required. I would like to thank our head of the department, Civil Engineering, for helping us with all the approvals and guidance required throughout the session. I would now like to thank our Emeritus Professor Dr. Somnath Ghosh sir for guiding us in conducting such wonderful sessions wherein we are able to communicate with the world outside, and also for inviting such knowledgeable guest speakers for our session. My earnest appreciation to Anupam De sir, who is technically supporting us for the 5 days online faculty development program. I would also like to thank Haldia Institute of Technology for providing us with all the facilities to march towards value addition and continuous improvement. So with this, we come to an end of this inaugural session. So I would now hand over the responsibility to Professor Paria to organize the first lecture by Professor Jyoti Dole. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. Now, good morning to all the dignitaries and the participants of the today's program. Now, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Carry on.
Okay. So now our first speaker of today's session, Dr. Jyoti Dole. She is Associate Professor of Communicative English of our Institute, Haldia Institute of Technology, will deliver her speech on the topic of mastering the art of communication for professional effectiveness. Now coming about Dr. Jyoti Dole ma'am, she is an academician with more than 20 years of teaching, training and research experience. She has earned PhD in English Literature from Vidyasagar University and MPhil in English Language Education from the English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. She has attended 2-month internship program with the information technology giant Google India Private Limited, Hyderabad. Currently, she is associated with Haldia Institute of Technology of Haldia as Associate Professor in Communicative English. And she is the principal of Haldia School of Languages, Haldia, both the institution under IQAC Foundation, Haldia. She is also a life skill coach and has conducted numerous training programs for executives and managers across different verticals with focus on the importance of communication and how it impacts situations and people. She has rendered trainings to tea garden executives and workers in association with Tea Board of India, Kolkata, Nagarjuna Fertilizers, Kolkata, uh, Numaligarh Refinery Limited, Jorhat, Assam, IOCL Haldia, and Kolkata Port Trust Haldia, etc. Her her core areas of interest are culture and communication, communication and leadership styles, self-perception assessment, image management, life skills and personality enhancement, phonetics and accent neutralization, English language learners. Besides teaching and training, she reads and writes poetry. Her poems have been published in various newspapers and magazines. She has recently co-edited anthology of short stories named Saudade. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee of this FDP, I, Ajit Kumar Padia, Assistant Professor of Department of Civil Engineering of Haldia Institute of Technology, welcome Dr. Jyoti Dole ma'am to deliver your lecture. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, the entire faculty of Civil Engineering, Haldia Institute of Technology, respected Principal Sir, respected Dean, Faculty of Engineering Science, respected Professor Somnath Ghosh Sir. I would rather say he is an emeritus professor here, but I would call him the prime mover in the entire Department of Civil Engineering. Respected Professor Shashank Shekhar Hota Sir, under whose leadership this entire civil engineering is doing some great work. And my colleagues from Civil Engineering Department and all the participants. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for having me here and for so beautifully, describing me and my work and honoring me to be a part of this 5 days, FDP on recent trends in civil engineering technology. So, my dear participants, you all must be wondering, what am I doing? What a person from an English literature background who has been practicing, teaching English and doing a lot of training programs on communication, doing here in this recent trends in civil engineering. Well, the point here is, wherever we are, whenever we connect with people, whether it is, irrespective of the areas that we work in, we deal with people. We design homes, right? We design structures. But for whom? Who are going to use those bridges? Who are going to use those flyovers, the towers? For whom do we build? We build them for people. Okay. So when we design, with whom do we design? Yeah, we do have our tools, right? Required tools. But then we discuss their aspirations. We discuss the mental imaging of people as we sketch the design. And then as time goes by, as the development continues, the end product is the reflection or the manifestation of what we have desired, what we have imagined in the forms of structures, be it buildings, be it these big towers like Burj Khalifa. So they are not just symbols of one's imagination, they're symbols of one's aspiration, right? To be noticeable, to be accepted, and so, it goes on, so and so forth. Today, I'll be talking about mastering the art of communication for professional effectiveness. So, as I share this slides with all of you, I'd just like to pose a question for all of you. What do we understand by the term communication? Could anybody, I would want this, I would be very happy to have your participation as we, engage in this discussion, in a discussion on communication. So I'd be very happy to have your say. So when I say communication, or when we utter the word communication, what exactly comes to our mind? I'd like to hear from you. I mean, can I have some response from your side? I'll be very happy to have that.
I must tell you that, communication means it is something, without that our life is incomplete. Because if it is a barrier to us, means in the form of language or any other thing, even sound is also a kind of communication. So
Marvelous.
without this, life is just nothing.
Absolutely, absolutely. So beautifully expressed, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, of course. And like as sir says that, without communication, life cannot exist. And it reflects to what this very famous structuralist, linguist and theorist, Mr. Ferdinand Saussure, right, as he was talking about structuralism in language and linguistics, he was talking about three things, that human beings have. One is the ability to create language, and he termed it as langage. And then he also talked about the concept of language in our mind. Like, when I see a bottle, I know that this is something where we put in something, and this image is there. So, it's there in our mind. So that ability, the abstract idea about language that he calls lang, right? From langage, the ability to create, to lang. And then the final performance, production of what is there in my mind and how we put across, that is called production, and he named it parole. So, but during his lifetime, Ferdinand Saussure focused more on lang and parole, and specifically to lang. So I'd just like to take you back to a bit of history. As in the 60s, as he was talking about, as in the 30s, as he was talking about the, lang and parole, he was also, he understood that no, linguistic study has always been very, chronological, historical, right? How a language has developed over the years. But then he said that approach could be changed a bit. Why don't we study language that is there in the present, right? And then he started talking about performance, ideas attached to language studies or language that we perform. Then again, another question came. Like so very rightly said that, without communication, we cannot express ourselves. We cannot exist. Existence becomes difficult. But then the question comes, the very existential question I'd like to pose in front of all of you. Can we really communicate what we want to communicate? Is it possible for all of us to do that?
Probably it is not possible, because if you want to communicate something, that means your mind will speak. But sometimes it is there is some other environmental condition, or the situation demands and not to speak, means not always we are free to communicate. And second thing, I think that to communicate properly, you have to be a bit knowledgeable also. That is also sometimes missing. Sorry, I'm not really a man of this subject.
Okay, okay. No, I actually I was not talking from this entire point of view of very intellectualizing this concept. But I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know. Can we really tell people what we exactly want to tell? Because if we can really tell what we want to tell, uh, our situation wouldn't be the way it is right now, right? So even like many post-modernist, post-structuralist theories like your Jacques Derrida, they also say that they share their doubt. Can we really express what we want to express? So I'd like to cite an example from an interview that Jacques Derrida had. Jacques Derrida is, I mean, as you all know, he is a very famous post-structuralist theorist who started with the deconstruction idea. Like, there is no particular center, center is decentered, right? So that's why we have multiple interpretation. That is why when we talk about communication, it's all about interpretation, right? And which interpretation is best for the situation stands tall. So, Derrida was asked once, like, can you explain what love is? Like, can you say something about love? The first response that Jacques Derrida gave was, my head is empty, right? When it comes to love, if you ask me to define love, then it's like completely empty. I cannot, describe. It's very difficult to describe. Then he poses a question. When you ask me, or when somebody says that I love someone, or is it love for someone or love of something? So now he continues with that, and he says that these are all very temporary. Language is very temporary. It's not permanent, and that is why in India itself we can see one small word, right? One small word. Let me take an example of a cat, right? It's all temporary. Its temporariness can be seen. The sign, its temporary sign can be seen through the language that we use. Say, for example, like cat is English, but we have an image, permanent image out there. Again, let us look at Beral in Bangla. It also gives us the same image. Billi, it gives us the same image. So what happens? Cat is not constant. It can change to Billi, Beral. So that is, language is very arbitrary. It depends upon the situation. It depends upon the context. And whenever we talk about language, when language is arbitrary, how can we have perfect set of communication? And when we talk about communication, there is no golden rule, single defining rule that is how we talk, because language is dynamic. So will our interpretation. So will our manner of expressing ourselves. It will change. It will vary. So with this note, I'd like to begin with my presentation on mastering the art of communication for professional effectiveness. The objective of today's presentation would be understand what is professional effectiveness, understand the importance of and impact of communication, and also understand the complex process of communication, which I've already highlighted a little bit just before this presentation. How time and space determine our feedback, barriers to communication, how to overcome them, and scope for developing effective communication style. Now, before we proceed, I'd just like to put a bit of light on what professional effectiveness is. My understanding of professional effectiveness is the ability to perform and deliver in the best possible way what you know, and that will impact in bringing change in the situation or in perspective. It will also help in influencing people in terms of motivating them, in terms of persuading them, also while dissuading them. It brings out solutions to problems, manages and resolves conflict or crisis, builds trust, and it also helps in building professional brand. Now, before I move ahead, I'd just like to share with you what exactly do we do in this today's entire presentation. In this presentation, our focus is on using English as a communication tool. Uh, Friends, we all understand that, we are in a multilingual country and the world is becoming smaller and smaller day by day, thanks to technology. Right now, I'm sitting in my room and I'm addressing to all of you, and this entire session is being streamed on YouTube, and many people can access this. Now, why? How this has been possible? It's because of the change in technology, development in technology. So, as we talk about communication, we understand that, with the change in time, our style of communication has also changed, right? So, again, with the change in time and technology, the concept of reality has also changed. And owing to that, interpretation of what we want to say or what we have said will also vary. So, now, as we talk about English as the lingua franca or the linked language, we have to accept the fact, no matter what it is, we have to, sort of develop or improve the skills of using English in a very effective way in our professional as well as in our personal life. But my focus will be on professional world. So one thing we have to accept that in this multilingual, multicultural world, where this world is considered to be a small village, we have to use English, we have to learn English, and ensure that our communication pattern is not affected in any way. That is number one. Another thing we have to understand that communication is very intimately related to our mental state, our self-esteem, confidence. They impact the way we communicate. Now, as I say this, I'd also like to emphasize very importantly here that knowledge of language is different from the manner you communicate. So, for example, you could be very good at Bangla or you could be very good at Hindi, but if you are not confident about the subject on which you are talking about, you might mumble fumble in the language of your choice. I'm not talking about English alone, I'm just talking about Hindi. Supposing you're a Hindi speaker, and if you're not clear about the subject that you're going to talk about, or you feel jittery in front of certain group of people, even if you have good knowledge and good command over the language, then also it will be difficult for you to express yourself the way you want to express. Now, the point here is, it's your knowledge about yourself, right? How you look at yourself as an individual, as a performer, in fact, right? And then when you go and deliver, right, it will reflected in the manner in which you have delivered, right? So therefore, it is important that whatever you want to tell, you should have a thorough knowledge of it. Now, say for example, like suddenly you are to run a presentation on your area of interest. Say for example, like someone is a structural engineer and he has designed a structure of a bridge, and now he has to run a presentation in front of the board members who are going to sort of who are going to give you the business. So now that presentation has to be done in English. Now, you know your knowledge very well and you know what you want. But then, one thing also you're aware of is that you find it extremely difficult to express yourself in English. Now, what to do? Now, you're conscious. If you become conscious that, okay, I have difficulty in expressing myself in English, I have difficulty in expressing myself in English, and when you go there and start to present, of course, it will stand as an obstruction as you go present, your presentation. What happens here? Somewhere in the mental state, you are telling yourself your affective filter is working and it is telling you, okay, you do not know English. Now what happened? It impacts your performance. Even if your content is pretty good. But then when you're conscious that you're not able to, you find it difficult to express yourself in English, that can create an obstruction. So what I would like to tell many students, as we teacher, we have faced that many students, they often tell me that, ma'am, I know the content. I know my thing very well. If you ask me in Bangla, I can tell you about it in Bangla. But then when it comes to English, I really cannot. I really cannot deliver myself in English. Even I can write well. But when I check their answer scripts, it's very, it's not that great in a way. It is difficult. It's just the way they express themselves in English. Where is the problem then? So the problem here lies is in the fact that they have not been exposed to the language, right? But then you just imagine like in HIT, right? In HIT, we have students from Jharkhand and Bihar. These students, they have never spoken Bangla. But the moment when they land in Haldia, they use certain words like Masi. First is Mashi. Then another thing is that Asbe, Jabe, Jol, Khabo, right? Though the pronunciation is not perfect, but they do manage to utter one or two words. Now, nobody has gone to them and told them, listen, you have to address this particular lady, certain ladies to be Mashis, and you have to, use the word like Khabo, Jabo. Nobody has taught them. What did they do? They listened, imitated, and reproduced. They have done it on their own will, because they need to survive, right? In the same manner, now let us go to English, right? In our 21st century, where the world is changing, and you cannot deny the fact that, with technologies, our spaces have narrowed down all the more, right? We can connect with thousands of people at a go. And those people, they do not speak the same language. We need one link language. And English has been serving this world as a link language for more than 100 years. So in this case, so therefore we have to understand and accept the fact that accept the fact about its importance in today's world. And we have to understand that it is required for our survival as professionals, be it in the industry or in academics or in our day-to-day life. Just like we need to be aware of computers, how to use the computers. Nowadays, AI has also, come into being. So how do we manage AI, artificial intelligence, use of computers? In the same manner, even coding has become a part of our life skills. So in the same manner is knowledge of English. Now, when we talk about knowledge of English, we have to understand we do not have to, think much about it. We need just to understand that we don't have to speak like the native speakers. We should be able to use English to meet our needs for our sustenance. Therefore, for professional sustenance, we need English to write letters well. We need English to run presentation. We need English to converse with people who come from other linguistic background. So these are the things, if we can manage that, then of course we are sure to shine well in our professional world. So, having said that, now I will jump to the next slide. What is communication? Well, communication is a process of expressing our thoughts to our intended receivers, not to everyone, right? We need certain target receivers. So, for example, like today before the presentation, I also mentioned very clearly that what is this woman from Communicative English doing in a FDP conducted by the Civil Engineering Department. So I made my stand very clear that communication is a very important part of our professional life. Whether someone is a civil engineer or a computer software engineer, we all need to understand the nuances of communication because we are dealing with people, right? So I made my aim clear, objective clear. So I have my set of target audience who are the faculties from different institute of civil engineer, different institute representing civil engineering, right? So I have my set of target audience and they have already been given the topic of my presentation. So I have my set of target audience. So now when I communicate, people will be able to relate to what is my intention and what am I saying. So without the intended target receivers, when communication occurs, it is mostly misunderstood. I'll tell you in my preceding slides. And communication, it is a two-way process within social, relational, and cultural context. Now, whenever we talk about communication, we have to keep in mind we are communicating with another human being. Now, when I'm talking about another human being, of course, we are tied with a network of our relations. It could be professional relationship, it could be personal relationship, but we are like tied up with some kind of relation. And along with that is the situation, the context in which a particular expression is being made. So we communicate to express our views, doubts, fear, discomfort, excitement, happiness, anger, and sadness to a target receiver. Now, can we really go out in Mohana Market and express my anger to the large public out there? It's impossible, right? If I do that, people will be like, okay, please take her to some facility for, senile people. So I have to, be at a place where I can relate with people. Without that, communication will be misunderstood. Like I said before previously, that it helps to persuade and dissuade people or an idea. The final idea, the baseline, why we communicate, comes to this point, that we communicate to express our intention. Sometimes we communicate by using, too many words. We give too many information. And sometimes we don't say anything. Silence, So when we do that, it also is reflective of our emotional state, how we are. Are we really, am I nervous? Am I confident? Am I impersonating confidence? What is it that is happening? All this thing, work in our mind. So how does this process work? Like till the 50s, it was thought that communication flew in a very linear way. Like there is this speaker, message, and the receiver. Now, after the 50s and as the research went on in the 70s, people understand that communication is not just a linear process. It is a transaction of ideas, like I say, exchange of ideas, transaction of ideas and messages. So now here you have the addresser, and then you have the addressee. Addresser, the one who speaks, who encodes a message. Therefore, the addresser is also called encoder. And he sends a message. Message is again formulated, encoded based on the situation in which the message is being made. And the person to whom the message is being sent, and based on that, you choose a language in which you will send the message to the addressee. Now, this addressee is the receiver of the message. Therefore, he or she is also called the decoder. Why this person is called decoder? Decoder means the person receives the message, listens to it, or reads it. As this person reads or listens to this message, the person very fast in certain fragments of seconds, this person understands, values, weighs the relationship that he or she shares with the encoder, the context, the situation in which this message has come, right? And what is the weighs the relationship with the encoder. Based on that, the person receives and processes the message. That process of processing the message is called interpretation of message. Based on the interpretation, the person again understands, gets the meaning, and then encodes the feedback, which we call response to that message. And it's a cyclical, process. It keeps on, the encoder sent something, the decoder received, and then it went on. Now, let me just give you an example. Say, for example, if you have noticed the news readers, right? If you have noticed the news readers, they were talking about India winning the World Cup. Just giving you an example, India winning or the Indian cricket team has won a particular match, and even the newsreader were pretty jubilant about this, about that experience or the event. And just then, a very important yet sad news comes that a very famous artist has died. Now, what happened is India has won this, the performance is amazing. Virat Kohli did this and that, and the presenter is all gaga about the match. And suddenly, the sad message arrives. Will the person still continue to laugh and say, "Oh, we are very sad to say that Mr. XYZ is no more"? Will it match with the context? Absolutely no. Because the context here demands you need to control your animations, facial expressions, and has to drag perhaps seriousness, and a person suddenly changes. Amidst this very jubilant or very happy, celebratory mood, we do have a very sad news to share with all of you, that Mr. XYZ is no more with us. Now you see, the tempo, the pitch of the voice changes completely. It comes down. Even the expression changes. And then the message is given. So what do we understand by this? Situation impacts the manner in which we communicate, right? So this diagram is reflective of that, right? The addresser encoding the message, based on the context, based on the relationship, chooses a particular language and a medium to send the message. The receiver receives it, understands it, interprets it, and based on the interpretation and understanding, encodes the response, which we call feedback, and sends it back. So this is how it continues, right? So therefore, whenever we are talking about communication, we have to keep in mind that without context and relationship, understanding the nature of the relationship, we can never ever have effective communication. Why do we communicate? We communicate to change the current state of affair, change our opinion. We also communicate to either give instruction or receive instruction. It also helps in broadening our perspectives, the way we look at. It motivates us to do well. And of course, it helps us in earning goodwill of people. Now, as I talk about earning goodwill of people, I would like to emphasize the social capital part. What is the social capital in today's world? That is kindness, empathy. Whenever we engage in communication, we are dealing with people with flesh and blood and a mind of their own. We have to acknowledge that existence. Then only our communication will be empathic, very open, and it can lead to better decision making. Now, what are the types of communication? Two types: verbal and non-verbal. Whenever we talk about verbal communication, we talk about use of words. It could be written text, or it could be one-on-one conversation or spoken words, like the way I'm presenting right now, or it could be you can also check the PowerPoint presentation. So this particular presentation is a two-way, right? It is both spoken and written. So, you can here very well see business presentation, personal journals, personal letters, business correspondences. These all make up for the verbal communication. Now, another is non-verbal communication. Now, as we talk, as we write, there are other, areas which remain passive, but passively they're very aggressive, active, just like passive aggressive. So even if they are passive, yet they are very, very active. In fact, they makes up for 90% of the meaning of the message that we say. Now, when we talk about non-verbal communication, we have to understand certain aspects. They're called the COPACT. Now, first, kinesics. Kinesics is the body gesture, facial expression, right? We can really understand when someone is uncomfortable, right? It could be anger, it could be nervousness, it could be complete, dissent, disagreement. You can look at it from the stiffness of the shoulder. If someone is angry, you can get to understand through the stiffness of the shoulder, or even the breathing way. You can get a feel about it. Even the people sometimes become shaky when they're very angry, right? Or when someone is nervous, the person will continue to fiddle with the hand and palm and finger, and they turn very cold. These are like physiological manifestation of the mental state, right? So it comes through kinesics, even facial expression. Therefore, I gave you an example of the news presenters, right? They were talking. They were in a very jubilant mode when India, the Indian cricket team, won a particular match, and suddenly when they got a very sad, information or message about somebody's demise, a very important person's demise, the mood changed from smile to suddenly changed, very seriousness. So what do we understand, right? That seriousness itself establishes that, seriousness of expression establishes the fact that yes, this message is serious, we take it seriously, and we are really disheartened or pained by the loss of this particular person. So now our body and our facial expression, they walks far ahead of us when we communicate. They become more prominent than the message. These are the ones that influence what we utter. Oculesics is the eye contact. It just says that eyes don't lie. That's very true, right? You might be very jubilant, but if your eyes are pale Anyone can say that. Oh, come on, don't hide. Tell us the truth, right? So oculesics, eye contact is very important. And as we talk about verbal, non-verbal communication, if I proceed further, just I'd like to remind you that like context, even culture influences the manner in which we look at the body language. Okay, say for example, like yeah, let me just put it here. Usually, in our Indian context, also, uh, we do not like our young ones to look at us, stare at us for a long time. It's like challenging to the elders. Earlier, it used to be, now things have changed. But then, usually, it is accepted that you do not just look at someone and answer. That's why, when we scold someone, aakhe niche karo, that expression itself is very it is very clear, yeah, about how do we look at certain gaze, right? So eye contact is very important. Now it is in normal common parlance, when you're talking to someone, it's important to look at someone in the triangular side, from here, the forehead to the face, it should be triangular. So when you look at the person straight away, it means you're acknowledging what the person is saying. But if you continue to stare for a long period of time, it can threaten or it can make the other person uncomfortable. Right. So we need to be careful about how much is too much as we practice this body languages. Next is proxemics. Proxemics is another very important part, that is understanding the difference between private or personal and the public space, right? In the virtual world, of course, there is the line is always blurred between personal and private, because reality is so oxymoron. Like, we have something called virtual reality, where but then it is a part of us in our today's world. I mean, this is what is happening. And you can see me here, like, I'm there, but I'm not physically there right in front of you, I'm virtually present. So it's a very philosophical thing to discuss, but let us keep it for some other time. But then proxemics, when we talk about the personal space, we have to understand the relationship again, and based on that, how much space do we allow, or how much space do we let others to access in our life. So there are certain distances. Say for example, public speaking, like if someone is in an auditorium and giving a public speech, so 5 feet to 10 feet is good enough for maintaining that distance. But when we are talking in a personal space, when we are talking to our children, our partners, our parents, so can we really manage to have that 5 to 10 feet of distance? Not at all. We want them to come nearby, sit by our side, perhaps maybe stroke in our back or in our head. That gives a sense of assurance. So again, here in this case, proxemics plays a very important role. So proxemics also comes into play based on the relationship that we share with other people. Paralinguistics. Paralinguistics is about the tone, the pitch, and the volume of our speech, right? So for example, like, let me give you a very simple example, and I often give the same example in my class as well. The word is class, right? Class could mean a lot. It could mean the classroom, that we have a class. It could mean the classy look of someone. And it could also be, nowadays in the YouTube language, we have something like roasting someone. We roast very badly. So, it was a class roast, right? So the word class will change its meaning in the manner in which I utter the word. So for example, like, I'm standing in front of the class, and I'm telling few students who are loitering about in the corridor, and I say, class, get inside the class. Another one is like, a friend of mine is beautifully dressed. She wore a very nice sari, and I'm like, wow, I need to compliment that person. And I say, wow, class. Now, is that class similar to the class one that I told my students? They are different, right? So, class, it's like, wow. And someone is being roasted very badly in the social media, I'll say, class roast, class roast. I mean, like, the roasting is like very, very, what would I say, heavy. So now see, the single word class can have multifaceted meaning depending upon the context and the manner in which it is uttered. Right. So therefore, we have to keep in mind the paralinguistics part plays a lot of difference. Even I'd like to quote the example from the very famous film that Shah Rukh Khan and Aishwarya Rai played, that is Devdas, in which Shah Rukh Khan, the first thing that Shah Rukh Khan utters in front of Paro is like "Kemon acho Paro." It's a very if you listen to that line "Kemon acho Paro," it speaks a lot. It's not about just Kemo Nacho Paro. It's beyond that. They have a history. It reflects the history. So the tone is reflective of the history of their relationship. It also reflects what is going to happen in future. Right. So tone plays a very important role, whether it is written or whether it is spoken. We have to keep that in mind. Artifactics. Artifactics refers to the accessories that we use. Right. Now, when we talk about artifactics, it could be our own personal choice of dressing. It could be our watch, our earrings, danglers, jewelry, even the mobile phone that we carry, the tie-pin that we wear, even the shoes that we wear or the sandals that we wear. So now what happens? It is very reflective of our personality and also about our situation. So for example, that is why when we say the professional dressing, right? You cannot go to a board meeting wearing your pajama, no matter whether it is from Nike or Adidas, but you cannot be wearing that in a broad board meeting or for any conference. Right. I'm not talking about your online, seminars or conferences, but I'm talking about offline. Right. Can you really attend to any of the conferences in your pajama or in a t-shirt? We don't, right? So what happens is that because we are aware of the fact that we need to be taken seriously, right? We need to be taken seriously. And in certain contexts, in order to be taken seriously, the accessories, the dress that we wear, it also impacts a lot. So, I remember one of my friend who works in the sales part, in the sales department. He told me that, he was with Kirloskar for some time. And it is said that Kirloskar Cummins, the machines that they sell, they're very expensive machines, right? So now he says that, in order to sell such good machines to big industrialists or big industries, you cannot simply just wear a shirt or a normal trouser and go about selling it. No, it doesn't work. He said that you need to wear properly because you are carrying the company's weight, the brand of your company along with you. So when you present yourself in front of your clients, you have to create that trust in the client that you can deliver, right? So even artifactics is a very important part of nonverbal communication. Chronemics, that is a very important part. Style and your attitude towards style. Many a times what happens, when we send email, we take sometimes, maybe we are thinking too much about an issue and then, we end up not replying for at least 2-3 days. If you really need to rethink, right, the proposition and consider it, or you need your seniors, value addition, some discussion or their suggestion, what you can do best, you receive it, you don't need to respond then and there. Pause for a while, and if you think that, okay, if you can manage it on your own, then of course you can write the reply. Or what you can do, if you need, others, your seniors' suggestion, then you need to also mention that in the email. You just give us some time, right? I'll get back to you after such and such days, and then I'll give you the correct or the right or the best possible, you know, feedback or reply that you require. And that is how the communication will flow. But if you know, sort of wait for too long, it can make the other person, you know, put in confusion that, you know, whether you have received the email or whether you have bothered to read, you know. See, whenever you're communicating, I'd like to reiterate the same thing here, that whenever you're communicating, make sure that you have to acknowledge, you start your communication by acknowledging the existence of the other person in your life. That is very important. Whether it is a very small child, or your colleague, or your client, or your vendor, you have to understand that the person with whom you are dealing, that person is another human being just like you. When you do that, automatically the principles of kindness will come to light, come to forefront. Technology has a very important part, that is touch, positive and negative stroke, right? You know, touch plays a very important role. Like whenever we are sad, you know, we want our loved ones to either embrace us or to give a, you know, stroke that things will be fine. Even handshake is a very important symbol of building trust, right? Sometimes what we do when we go for handshaking, what happens, we leave our hands very loose. It also can show that we are not very sure of ourselves, or sometimes we tighten our grip so much to show that no, we are confident. That will also have some reversed impact. So we have to know, in order to build positive trust, or in order to have a very, you know, conducive relationship, we need to have a handshake that is firm yet not overtly firm, or very very, you know, soft, right? That will also, you know, reflect, that will also be reflective of how we look at, perceive ourselves and the person with whom we are shaking hands. Apart from that, this strokes, positive and negative stroke, is very important. We need to be cautious about how much of, tactilics, strokes that we give to the other person. Another, again, I'd like to reiterate, it is very contextual, right? In the Western world, it is all right to embrace someone. Even in the Middle Eastern world, it is all right to hug someone, and even, they have this, patting one another. In India, it is namaskar, or, pranam. Doing pranam is a part of, tactilics. But not everyone who do not understand this Indian cultural, the context of pranam, they might feel uncomfortable. And it's vice versa. Another very important part of communication is listening. Now, what is the difference between hearing and listening? Hearing is like something that we can hear. It is very physical, physiological, it's involuntary. For example, like I'm talking and I can hear my AC working. I can hear the fan whirring over my head. In the same manner, you can also have that, voice, some noises that is disturbing you, and it comes to your ears automatically. You do not need to pay attention to it. But listening is when you pay attention to it. You're focused, right? You're active, you're focused. And, as someone is telling you, say, for example, like I'm presenting, and what happens? You are listening to me, you're paraphrasing the content, and you're reflecting back to what I have said and what you have heard before on the same topic. So that is how you're attentively listening to me. So, one important aspect of communication is to listen. A very good communicator is always a very good listener, right? First, the person listens and then responds. It's not about, you heard something and you reacted and the entire speech is very reactionary. That will spoil relationship. Now, passive listening is, someone is saying, but you are not quite interested, and you might be looking at your computers, looking at the stock prices, or you might be attending to your house help, and talking. So this all passive listening happens when you are forced to attend to something, forced to listen to someone, and that can be manifested in so very many ways, like you are dozing off, you're fidgeting, and you're playing with your phone, turning away, avoiding eye contact. These are all part of passive listening. But in order to have a successful communication, you must listen actively, carefully, and then respond. Do not react, but respond. When we respond, communication continues and we can arrive at a certain point of, say, solution, and from where we can take forward the crisis that we are in. Perhaps we can come out of the crisis. What are the barriers to communication? First is perception. Perception is our perspective, how we look at things, how we interpret situation, how we interpret people and their actions, right? And these are all formed. These are not innate, actually. These are all formed. Culture itself is a construct, right? These are all formed. Like the culture from where I come from. Culture is not the typical, the traditional culture or Hindu culture or Indian culture. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the culture at my home, the culture at my school or my college, the culture at the playground or the space where I meet with people, even the space where I doing things. So culture, it impacts the way the colors of our lens. Again, the background is it could be your educational background, your financial background, your community background, right? So it also molds you to look at things from a particular color. It colors your actually view. Even the socio-political history of your place, it also defines your perception towards truth, reality, relationship, actions of people. Even location plays a very important role, right? So perception is created by culture, background, socio-political history, and location. all these things all these things makes us look at a particular situation in a certain way. So for example, like in HIT, or say for example, like in a Haldia is an industrial belt, right? So what happens? We know when the siren blows, like there's this siren at 8 a.m. in the morning, and even in the evening. Evening usually we cannot get to hear, but in the morning mostly we get to hear, right? So the sirens, if I put the siren in a very small village where there is no sign of industrial development, even if there is a siren, people will be afraid, scared. What is that? What that sign is all about? Those who have lived during the Second World War, they'll say, oh my God, that blew up when we were very young as kids and when the war was on. So this siren could be a lot of it can play it can be interpreted in so many very different ways based on location and the history, right? So our perception is created by these four factors. Next is interpretation. Like, this perception of ours helps in formulating our interpretation, and it is also it also helps us the context or the language also helps us in creating that interpretation. So for example, like linguistic. Now, if I do not understand a particular language that another person is telling me, in which that person is communicating with me, it's like I would like try to break my head to understand it. Now, I can look at it in two ways. Like, that is where biases come to play. Isko kuch nahi aata. This person doesn't know anything. Oh my God, what kind of language this person is saying? Oh my God. Now, what happened? This kind of biases can also stop me from trying to listen to or trying to observe what this person is trying to tell me. right? So interpretation, linguistic, when I do not understand the language, we should try to, you know, try to make our communication as clear as possible by using non-verbal cues, right? Or if the interpreters are there, if translators are available, wonderful. If the translators are not there, we have to, work with the non-verbal cues. Another is contextual. Our situation will interpret or help in interpreting certain situation, a relationship with the people, exposure to the culture, language, community will also help us in interpreting a situation or an event, and technology, technological differences, technological changes will also help us in interpreting a situation. Uh, so, what we understand in today's fast changing world, we have right now the recent trend in information technology is the chat GPT 4. Now, what happened? It will keep on changing, right? I don't know, it might have changed a lot now. And thanks to this development in information technology that I'm sitting in my room and I'm speaking to all of you. Now, what happens here is we are no more seeking after knowledge. We are seeking after information, right? So information is power. The more informed you are, you're more powerful. The more you know about chat GPT, how to use the AI, you're more powerful than your peers. But we have to understand one thing is our intention is the source of that power. What is our intention? What is it that we want to do with our power? That will define how we employ our power, our information. Therefore, like I said, right, as I was talking about barriers to communication, one important point I would also like to, repeat though, but then it is essential for us to understand communication is that whenever we communicate with people who can think, right? Who can understand, right? These are not instinct. Human beings are not instinctive. These are thinking, thought-driven people. So my statement could be interpreted in very many ways. I gave you the example of culture, your location, your background, everything will come into play in interpreting what I'm telling you right now, what I'm sharing with you right now. So based on that, your understanding will be formed. Now, as we talk about communication, and whenever we are in the professional world, when we communicate, we have to understand that we are communicating with people. People come from different backgrounds. Hence, there are chances of miscommunication. We have to begin with this thought. There are high chances of miscommunication. Therefore, whenever we are communicating in the professional sphere specifically, we have to keep in mind that our communication process is going to impact our business deal. Our professional communication is going to impact the manner in which we work. Therefore, we cannot afford any kind of miscommunication. So, this understanding that there are high chances of miscommunication, and at the same time knowing that we cannot afford to have miscommunication, when we communicate, our communication process will be as clear and successful if we keep in mind these 7 C's. First is clarity. What are we? What is my goal, my intention of talking to you today? If I'm not clear about the goal and the purpose of my communication, I will falter, I'll fail in expressing myself completely. I have to be clear in my thought. When I'm clear about what I want to tell, my speech will automatically be clear. I'll go back to the beginning of this entire presentation. Before I run that presentation, I told you one thing, that many students since because of their lack in the knowledge of English, they are unable to express themselves in interviews. Well, the point here is I'd like to again sort of question that kind of statement, argue that it's a statement, is that when you are full of content, you know what you want to tell, you're clear about your thought, even if you do not know English, you will be able to express yourself in broken English in a very clear manner. For that, you have to be confident about your knowledge. But if you're not confident about your knowledge, if you're not clear about what exactly you want to express, no matter how good you are in English, or for that matter in Bangla, you will not be able to express your thoughts as clearly as possible. Therefore, it is always very important, before writing an email, before appearing for an interview, before running a presentation, you have to practice what is it that you want to tell to your audience or to the other person. So clarity of thought is one very important part in fighting the barriers to communication. Second is concise, to the point. You do not have to speak a lot. Just say things that are asked of you or that you need to express, right? Just use less word, single line, but express it as clearly as possible. Concrete. You be clear and no ambiguity. Do not use words that are ambiguous, that could have double meaning. So for example, in my mind the word class is appearing. If you really want to say about going to the classroom or conducting a class, it's better you say that, yeah, I'm going to conduct a class now, or we have a class. Come and join me for my class. My dear students, please join me for the class now. So now what happened? The moment you say that, my dear students, created a context which is very clear that students are there, you are going to take a class, right? So make sure that there is no space for ambiguity, right? Try to avoid ambiguity as much as possible. Advertisers, they use ambiguity in order to make their their slogans very interesting. But no, you cannot, as professionals, as academicians, or consultants, you cannot afford ambiguity in your communication, because that is going to break or create barriers in understanding what you want to say. Then another one is correct. Ensure that the information that you are presenting is correct. Research it, study it, and then you express. And as you express, make sure that you make less grammatically erroneous message, or even the word choice has to be very clear. You don't have to use, many times we see many writers in English, what would I say, the new writer, many people, not writers, but many people, they try to use very flamboyant words, very superfluous words of which they do not know the meaning. And when I ask them, do you know the meaning of this? Then they're dumbfounded. And why do I ask them? Because they do not match with the context. Because words, even the grammatical constructs, they are all related to context. You cannot study grammar out of context. So, when you're giving an information, make it correct, right? Clear, correct, well-researched information. And which is again constructed in a grammatically correct way. You don't have to be 100% grammatically correct, I'm telling you, but you have to be clear enough for the person to get you clearly what exactly you want to say. Therefore, even word choice of word is also very important. Choice of word can spoil one's the entire deal. And I'll talk about it. I'll give you the example in my next slide, coming slide. The coherence, fluidity of thought has to be clear, right? It has to be clearly put across. Therefore, it is always advised that while writing an email, make sure that you talk about only one issue. Don't put two, three issues together. Don't put two, three information together. So that can create confusion. While you're shooting an email, make sure that you write about one or two issues, and that too in a very clear way, separating in two different paragraphs. Complete. Now, in order to be concise and clear, we cannot, we cannot cut down on the important message. The message which I am delivering or sharing has to be complete, right? I cannot send half-baked messages. It has to be complete. And last but not the least, courteous. Maintain politeness in tone and word choice. As we talk in this entire presentation, we'll be dealing with politeness, courtesy, acknowledgement of the other. Why? It's again the same thing. We are dealing with human beings who are thinking human beings who feel and things like me. So therefore, we have to acknowledge their existence, and the same thing is reflected in the manner in which we write. Of clear written correspondence. The first thing, 7 C's of communication, as I was talking about, those things applies both to written and spoken communication. This also applies to written communication, but you can also apply it with your spoken communication. IDA: attention, interest, desire, action. This is mostly used in advertising, advertising text, but you can also use it in your written communication. You have to draw the attention, arrest the attention of the reader. Otherwise, readers, like, the people who you are writing to, we are all very busy people. The question is, why at all does he need to listen to you? Right. When you send a proposal for a seminar or a conference or PhD review, why would the publisher listen to you or read to your your text and have huge essays? Because it carries content. It gives new perspective or add value to the already current information. Now, when you have this thought in your mind, you have to create interest in the publisher, in the editor, in the client, in the people with whom you are dealing with, the consultancy work that you are doing with. You have to create attention in them. You have to create interest in them by arresting their attention. So the mail that you write, the email that you write, the presentation that you make has to be very interesting, eye-catching, right? Now, in order to make it eye-catching, if you put a lot of images and graphics and then you do not say anything, that will also not work. In a very short span of time, how emphatically you can share what you have in your mind, that is going to take you forward with the business deal. It will help you in actually expressing yourself, what you want to express. See, we write big essays, but then why do we write abstracts? Writing abstract is very important. Yes, you have done a good research regarding the paper, but then when you summarize everything in that abstract, it is that abstract is the most important part. It is going to decide whether your paper will be accepted or not. Right, by reading the abstract, whether it is in line with the theme that has been given in a call for papers. So it's the same thing. The introduction part, the cover letter part, while you are looking for a job or you are looking for a consultancy assignment, the cover letter that you write should be arresting enough to bring you or to get you the deal. In order to effectively express, like I said before, word choice. Now, can you tell me the difference between he hardly works and he works hard? I'd like to share a small anecdote here. There was this uncle of mine. He used to work in a government office, and he just shared this example with me. And he said that his boss was very impressed by him, but he had some issues with English. And he wrote a personal appraisal to him, to the HR manager, where he mentions that Mr. Sharma is very sincere and he hardly works. Right. Now, the point is, anyway, that HR manager was pretty good and he understood what exactly this gentleman wanted to tell. And he calls both of them to the office and he said that, so you wrote an appraisal about Mr. Sharma. Now you tell me, what exactly do you have in mind? And he was like all praise for Mr. Sharma, my uncle. And he says that, Mr. Sharma is this, he goes for a tour, he brings business and this. And then the HR head, he says, okay, you mean to say that he works hard? I say, yes. He hardly works. And you know what happened? The choice of word, right? Hardly is like rarely. He doesn't work at all. And just imagine, he used it for just the opposite meaning. He wanted to tell the HR head that this gentleman is a hard worker. He works really hard to achieve his goal. But then what he did, the choice of words was absolutely wrong and it completely changed the communication process. But thankfully, the HR head was good enough. He has good knowledge of English and understood the level of English knowledge, and he manages this way. But then just imagine, right? There was no chance, opportunity for people to explain themselves. What would have happened, right? A person would not have got his, well-deserved promotion in due time, right? So we have to be very careful with the choice of words. And I'd like to reiterate once again, English, writing English, using English for its functional purpose should not be mixed with the literary English. These are different English. So you stick to the simple way of expressing yourself, right? It's much better than using superfluous words or wrong usage of words. That can be very confusing. Next is arrangement of construction of sentences. Sometimes, we have this tendency. Actually, it's also because of the language that we use. Indian languages are very decorative, right? We are very specific. Even for that matter, Chinese is also a very, very specific kind of a language. So in Indian languages, we have, this, we define anything that is good or beautiful with so many adjectives, hey, husn pari, noor pari. Like, there's an example of this Sondarya Sabun Nirma. This is coming to my mind right now. Now, if you listen to that particular jingle, right, husn pari, meri jadoo ki pari, we do not sort of settle for one adjective or intensify. Say, for example, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मेरी खुशी के आंसू बह रहे हैं, बहुत खुश हूँ, बहुत, right? Like, if you interpret directly in English, it becomes very happy, right? So we have this intensifier. We use two intensifiers together to express our unbound happiness or our thought. But then in English, it is not so. The nature of English is completely different. It uses one adjective to define what we feel. So, for example, like in place of "I'm very sad," we said that I'm deeply anguished, right? Or I'm perturbed. I'm very disturbed. I'm perturbed, right? Or I'm very scared, right? In place of "I'm very scared," what do we say? I'm petrified. So, right, there are certain words for it. So we have to be conscious about it. And in order to develop, many people come to me and say, "Ma'am, how do we develop our vocabulary?" You cannot mug up an entire Oxford English dictionary just like that. For that, you need to read books. Because when you read books, you will be able to contextualize words. Right. Now let us look at this arrangement of sentence. Beautiful handwritten Japanese characters. How many adjectives are there? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful, handwritten, Japanese characters. Now, what happens? It's the same thing as Husn Pari, Jadu Ki Pari, Saundarya Sabun, Nirma. Now, what happens? और या फिर बहुत बहुत आनंदमय अभिज्ञता है या फिर the experience is amazing. Now what happens is I'm using so many adjectives, and in Indian context it's like perfectly fine, I can understand what I want to say, but in English, just imagine beautiful handwritten Japanese character and beautiful Japanese handwritten character. What exactly does it mean? The first line, let us go. Let us check. Beautiful handwritten Japanese character. Can anybody tell me what exactly does it mean? Huh? Beautiful handwritten Japanese character. Do I mean to say Japanese characters which are written beautifully, which are handwritten beautifully? Or is it the handwritten characters which are Japanese and beautiful? Or does it mean Japanese characters who are, there are so many Japanese characters and there's one handwritten Japanese character? Does it mean? So this exactly creates confusion. The first line, actually the person wanted to say that there are so many handwritten characters, beautiful handwritten characters, and the speaker is picking on the Japanese characters, the beautiful handwritten characters which are written in Japanese. The second one is beautiful Japanese handwritten characters. So there are so many Japanese characters, they are handwritten, they are typed, printed, and whatnot. Now he's picking on, in the second sentence, he's picking on the handwritten ones, the Japanese character which are handwritten, right? So now here, as I'm presenting, as we are, I have the opportunity, the time to explain to you what exactly these sentences mean. But in reality, in real work time context, can we have so much of time to interpret a message like this? We don't, right? So avoid this kind of construction, right? Try to use one adjective, or at max, if you can't do anything about it, at least use two adjectives, but not more than that. If it is you need to give more details, put a full stop, start a next sentence, explain more, right? That can be better. I would like to again go back, as we effectively express ourselves, as we are choosing, very clearly choosing our our word choice and the manner in which we can construct our expressions. We also have to keep in mind the politeness part. In order to be polite, we don't have to be very submissive. We have to be firm yet polite. Yeah, very important part. Politeness wins, right? It does a lot of magic when we use words like please, kindly, and involve, engage, be engaged in the process of working. Nowadays we do not work solo, we work in group, right? So it's always advisable to involve, engage everyone as a part of you, or as a part of your work. The African style of living, like Ubuntu. I am because you are. No, I am there because of you are. So we have to work in tandem. So just think about the tone of this sentence. Send me the file. Strong, control, send me the file. Send me the file, please. Firm, but polite. Could you please send me the file? Polite, a bit of firmness. Which one would you choose? Send me the file? Send me the file, please. Could you please send me the file? I think many people will opt for the third one, because what I'm doing, I'm acknowledging his or her existence. It's respect does not come from just describing or writing a eulogy, but the manner in which I treat the other person, accept the other person the way he or she is, right? So if when I say, could you please send me the file, the person will feel engaged, involved in the work, right? In the same manner, do it now. The moment I said do it now, yes, I want the work to be done, it's urgent, and if I say do it now, it's like there's a sense of force and I'm distancing myself from my team and asking them to do. This tone from do it now to please do it now, right? And if I say that no, घी इस तरीके से नहीं निकल रही है, it's not coming, I need to engage them. It's very important to engage your team members and say, let's do it now, let's do it together. How can I contribute? And automatically they will come to you. They'll share with their problems, their solutions, and of course you can work it out very well and much ahead of time. Or could you please do it for me? Or could you please do it now? It's urgent. I need to add it. And then at the same time, you need to also tell a bit why it is urgent, right? Involving your team members play a very important role. Help him. Please help him. Help him. Usko help karo to. This is the literal tone. Usko help karo to. Help him. Or please help him, right? Let's help him. Or will you please help him? Or will you help him please? So now these expressions, the manner in which I say, it will of course change the response of the people who are engaged with me, right? So rather than distancing yourself as you communicate, it's better to engage in the process of communication, involve people to work with you. Otherwise, distances will grow more and more. And when we are talking about working, we are working with people. We need people to come to us, not to, move away from us. So the best way of doing that is to engage, involve people. Our word choice, therefore, this is what I have observed, that our choice of words are reflective of our perception of the target audience. So that is what is very important, how we perceive others. Many times when we go through some leadership, articles or interviews, people always say that, it is important to wish or treat your doorman the manner in which you treat your CEO. And, if you just look at it at a structural level, it's like, okay, inko bhi politely bola or unko bhi politely bola. But what is important here is that this gentleman who is standing as a doorman, he is also a human being and he's doing his job. In the same manner, the CEO is doing his job. If you acknowledge their, contribution, automatically empathy will come. So empathy does not come from the external forces. It comes from within. So we need to be ready to be, able to be kind towards people. And it all comes out of our perception, how we look at others. The acknowledgement, like I said, of others' existence is the main thread that binds us together. And here I'd also like to reiterate one thing. When we do business, we earn profit two ways. First is monetary profit, right? That goes to our equity. And another is the brand, the value, the network that we create. And this second profit is most important. It is permanent. It will help you in revenue generation, right? So we have to keep in mind, we are doing business with humans, for humans, and by humans. Now, as we talk about, politeness, kindness, certain expressions that we can use in order to change our situation towards more positive way. So, for example, have you thought about it? we need to give suggestion, right? Rather than saying, your paper could be written this way, this is the error. Yeah, of course we have to be very brutal. I mean, when I was editing my storybook, right, I was being very brutal. One of my co-editor was telling, Jyoti, you are being so brutal, and I said, yes, I'm being brutal because I want to deliver the best and get the best from our writers. So, but as we were dealing with our writers, my brutality was not shown as I have shown on the text, but we were suggesting them. No, we would take out time. We would have appointments with the writers, and we'd talk and understand what is his or her idea about a particular act, about a particular scene, right, about a particular situation, and then we would give suggestion. And of course, this certain tips have worked. Like, have you thought about, putting it as in the dialogue form, or have you considered adding another character to this plot, or what if we can alter the entire situation to this? How do you feel about it, right? When you acknowledge others opinion, other person's opinion, it opens door for more numerous avenues for us to look at, right? More perspective to look at. It expands our perception, right? Therefore, it is very important to ask for others' opinion as we suggest them. Say, for example, like, why don't you buy a new car? Buy a new car. Or why don't you buy a new car? And the expression, have you ever considered getting a new car? Because I think it is causing you trouble, right? Or have you thought about what if you looked, have you thought about getting a new, have you thought about getting a new car, or have you considered getting a new car? These are certain expressions which we can use. And as we suggest, we also have to keep in mind, where do we stop, right? We do not, we should not sometime cross the boundary where we are not to poke the personal, lives of people. So what if we looked into other options? These are like certain polite suggestions if we can meet. But make sure, as you suggest, let us not impose our thought on them. We can simply show them what is our thought and what is it that we would want to have, we'd be very happy to have, and also listen to their opinion, to their argument that they have to give. And that is how we can go forward. As we give suggestions, as we give instructions, sometimes not instruction but suggestion mostly, we need to use tentative expressions. So for example, like perhaps, maybe, might, may, could. These words soften our suggestion. And softening of suggestion is very important. That will make the other person listen. Otherwise, if we impose, if we force, right, that person, and it all works with ego, right? The other person will shut up because it will hurt his or her ego. Mind you, there's a huge difference between ego and self-respect or self-esteem. Not self-esteem, but dignity, self-respect and dignity. Ego comes out from how we perceive ourselves, right? We perceive ourselves, elevate ourselves to a state that we are above everyone. And since it is a very imaginative kind, it comes from our sensitiveness. That's why it hurts very easily, right? And it's so vulnerable. Ego is very vulnerable. Ego always helps us ego always contributes to the crisis that we are in, right? But when we are talking about self-respect is very strong because you know about yourself, you are self-assured, you're confident, right? So when you are when you are confident, when your self-respect is strong, you will not get hurt very easily. And at the same time, it becomes easier for you to communicate with others more comfortably. You become more approachable, right? So you, because you understand where is the place of for ego in your life, and when you act accordingly, it makes communication easier. And and even it will come out automatically. These tentative expressions would come out automatically because you are considering the other person who is standing near you. So these are certain expressions that you can use. You might want to consider perhaps you or we could, maybe you or we could do this. It may be a good idea to, continue, or it might be a good idea to go now or to leave now or to stop now. You can use so many expressions along with it. So we should, choose to use tentative expressions as we suggest. Now, the question is, uh, I was talking about the suggestion part, request part, construction part. Those things applies both to our spoken as well as written communication. Now, I'm specifically focusing on written communication in this slide. And why do we write letters or emails? We write letters or emails to confirm, inform, ask for information or advice, explain or to clarify, suggest or advise, make an announcement, ask someone to do something, to reply to someone's request, enclose something, give not so good news. That is important, not so good news. So, in all, we also have to keep in mind what we speak, if it is not recorded, it goes, it ends. You cannot retrieve it. But in written communication, it is not so. What you write, even you scribble, it remains. It can be used as a record. So, but one good thing about written communication is that you have ample amount of time to recheck, edit, and then finally send. Next is to confirm. As you write your email, you very clearly mention, I'm writing to confirm you our appointment on this date. This to confirm next week's meeting at your office. I would like to confirm the details of my order. Now, when you clearly explain the purpose of your writing, it becomes easier for the reader or the receiver to act accordingly. And if you are writing to inform, also mention that in the very first line. Please note that the office will be closed from so and so. I'm writing to inform you that. Please be informed that due to restructuring, the sales department will be closed. It has come to our notice or attention that many people are not coming in time. I'm writing to inform you about the changes that our departments have made. In reply to your query, here are the details. So now what happens? We are informing. So whatever you write, the very purpose, objective of your writing has to be mentioned in the very first line of your email. To ask information or advice, please, I'm writing to inquire about vacancies. I'd be interested to find out more about the details of your company and the work that you engage. Please, could you give us some information or details on your range of your salary, on your range of products that you sell? I would appreciate your advice concerning designing or structural engineering or the consultancy that you engage in. I'd be grateful for your advice concerning developing communication skills, right? So on and so forth. And so these are certain expressions that you can use when you're writing your email or a letter to the target receiver. I will not read, but these are the few things that you can, of course, write or consider, like in response to your complaint concerning, or maybe suggest that you could contact, or in response to your letter, we feel that it is advisable to do this, blah blah blah. So for announcement, you can write like this: it gives me immense delight to announce the new sale or the Independence Day sale in our office or in our store, like that. And to ask someone to do something, like, I would be grateful if you could send me further information about so and so thing. You can write all these expressions. To reply to someone's request, as requested, I'm enclosing the details or I'm furnishing the details as requested by you. In answer to your inquiry, here are the details, follow the details. As promised, I'm sending you the email along with the details of our consultancy work that we engage in. You can write or everything like that. So this is about attaching the brochure or something, right? Yeah, when you give not so good message or negative messages, you know, make sure that you do not end the business there. Right. I'd like give you a very an anecdotal experience with this recent book that we have come out with, so that. And we have written to many publishers, some very good publishers, and one particular response that I received, it was a negative. It was a negative response from them, but I liked it a lot. I kept that email with me, and it was from Rupa publication. And you know what struck me was that is how an email should be written, right? And the people, they said that they said that we are very happy to receive your manuscripts, and reading your manuscript, we felt that it is, of course, it'll be very interesting for readers who would want to understand the concept of love and longing. And they just wrote such good words, and he said, we really appreciate your endeavor. However, currently at the moment we are not publishing short stories based on the theme of love. We are more into poetry publications these days. So, and they've also mentioned the location, the geographical location that they are focusing more on, not the pan. Ours was a pan India thing, so they were not focusing on the pan India part, but a very limited location. But the manner in which they wrote that email to me, and the last part was like, we are hopeful to working with you in your next project. Please connect with us. So they did not burn the bridges. And as for someone, we are not established editors or writers. We were just going into that field of writing. But when we got an email from a reputed publishing house like that, it has encouraged us. And look at the last line where it said, we are really looking forward to working with you on your next project, right? So it gives us a lot of confidence to the readers. At the same time, it also maintains its business line with us very clear. It has not closed the door directly, abruptly. So emails should be not so good news. Emails should be like that. Like, if you do not like a product, right? You have ordered for some materials, tools for your construction part, and now you did not like those products, right? It could not serve your purpose, perhaps, maybe. Now, will you say that it is of low quality, it is this, that, whatever it is? Rather than saying that, you could say that, no, what we were expecting, what we were looking for, these are not the material. Or perhaps during delivery, in the while it was being dispatched to us, midway it might have got damaged. So that needs replacement, if you could do it right in a certain period of time. So what are you doing? You're not burning bridges, right? You're opening bridges. This is what the work of communication is all about. Just because you cannot, the other person cannot look at you, you cannot write everything and anything to the person abusing, right? Rather, you should encourage the person to get in touch with you to make the work better. And that is what the sole purpose of communication is about. Now, these are the certain expressions which you can use in order to end a formal business letter. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate your input on this matter. Thank you for your understanding, and I'll contact you next week with more details. If you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Now, this line is very pertinent, very important. If you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Number one, you are acknowledging the person needs to communicate with you. Number two, you have given access to that person. You have become approachable. This is important. When you are approachable, conversation will continue. Right? If you close your access and you start with close-ended answers and questions, communication will stop. Always have open-ended questions plus statements. Ask why, how, where. That will give you answers rather than this is that. Do you like it? You don't like it. It will end up in single, monologues, right? You need to create dialogues. These are few formats. I don't know how this is going to be. Let me just read it out. As you write your letter, like there are three formats: full block format, then modified format, and then your modified block format, and then your semi-block format. Now, I'll just give you, normally what happens is that we use a full block format thanks to internet and especially email. So on the top of it is your address or the writer's address. Then after two space, you mention the date, and then again after two space, you have the recipient's address, the subject line, the salutation, and the body of the letter. Like I said, body of the letter, the first sentence should clearly state what is the purpose of your letter, and then second is explanation. The third part is in a conclusion. And you have the complimentary clause here, and then you have the writer's sign. And we also must, this format I'll not go. Now, as we write the emails or letters, we also have to keep in mind the complimentary closing, that is regards. Many of us, we erroneously write best regards, warm regards, best wishes, right? We should avoid doing that. These are part of redundancies because regards are always warm, right? Good feelings are always warm, isn't it? So let us cut out warm and just write regards. In the same manner, best wishes. Wishes are always best. We always wish best for the person, right? So best should be cut off and just put wishes, right? So these are things if we can keep in mind. These are sample letters. Good morning. There are some exciting changes coming to our department that I wish to alert you to, and then you go ahead writing. And as you can notice, first I have started with the purpose of this email, then explain what is there, and the third part is what we can do, and finally what is expected, and then we close. So what do we understand from today's presentation is communication is an expression of our intentions manifested through our speech and through our text. Communication involves our mental, emotional, and cultural states in its performance. Mind you, when we communicate, we perform. Truth is removed from our performance. Therefore, we give our best to reflect the truth that is within us in our performance, in our, expressions. Miscommunication is a reality. We can never do away from miscommunication because, like I said, we are dealing with people who are thinking minds, right? We have our way of perceiving life through our own lenses. Therefore, miscommunication is a reality. Our focus is to minimize miscommunication when we communicate. Be aware of covert biases. Bias is another part of your barrier. Like, we have so many biases related to language, culture, gender, class, creed, like that. Understand and acknowledge our emotional triggers. Now, this is a completely different part, but I would rather say our emotional state also impacts the way we communicate. Follow the KISS principle. Keep it short and simple. The more you talk, the more entangled you become in a crisis or miscommunication. So keep it very simple, short and simple. So with that, I end the presentation. Thank you so much for having me. And if you have any questions, of course we can. Thank you so much for listening to me. With so much of patience, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we are moving to our question answer session. I am requesting our participants to ask their questions to our speaker. Now I am requesting Professor Somnath Ghosh sir to put his questions to Jyoti madam.
First of all, Jyoti, for last 110 minutes,
That's a pretty long time.
it's, I was thinking that, this kind of lecture, I have never really heard in any school or colleges because, basically, we are engineers. So whatever you have learned in the school, and after that, we have learned everything professionally. But one thing I must admit that in a most structured way, the best possible way to people, like us, you have explained everything. And also, you have given many advices, which actually help a person to develop his professional life. Because family life is something, with friends it is something, professional life is something. So today you have given more emphasis to professional life. Now, I would rather just mention 3-4 things which you told. It is really family. To me, it is extremely good. That is, first is confident but polite. Second thing that you said, that avoid burning bridges, rather open bridges. Yes, is 100% true.
That is very true. Yes.
Avoid monologues. Yes, that is another thing. The way you have explained is fantastic. You see, other than that, you have given advices that one should be at least, to some extent good in grammar and some stock of words. Otherwise, it is difficult for somebody, maybe a good scientist, but he will not be able to communicate properly his subject or whatever he has, developed. He will not be able to do it because of either there is a problem of stock of word or wrong words he may use, and it is happening. Because whenever I am going to take interview in UGC, CSR, at the highest level, means even scientists 7 or at that level. Even there, I found that this is a problem. And you really said correctly that instead of using big sentences, go for small sentences, but should be grammatically correct. And for that, you need some knowledge of grammar and practice. And obviously, you have to increase your stock of words slowly. Yes, that is true. That you may not be able to use, most appropriate word, but very close to that. If you use it, your purpose will be served. Another thing you said, but I don't know that I never tells lie. I never tells lie. That is true. But sometimes, that is again, I creates problem. And
Here, sir, I'd just like to add, if I may, because eyes of course never lie, but it it depends upon, that is what we, when we communication practitioners, they emphasize on, like how to manipulate the truth, not to tell lie, but to extend how much you say or not. That is
no, because that is the thing. And then after that, you said about the body language. So you just combine in the otherwise, and you see, whenever you will go abroad, it happened to me several times that I don't know anything about French language. I have got a pocket dictionary, and you want to ask them in in that particular language. Not really, they will answer you in, if you ask them in English. In that case, I think, whether you'll agree or not, I don't know, that tell that person that where is Eiffel Tower? But if you say Eiffel Tower, Eiffel Tower, where it is? Like that, sometimes, because they know what is Eiffel Tower,
exactly.
and when you're saying where is Eiffel Tower, then immediately, because of your, the way you are speaking, may not, he may in a different manner, because this is a problem with us also within the country, South India, or in extreme uh, east. So this problem, the way of speaking is it is totally different. So that is one thing, and you really you told a lot about non-verbal communication. Yes, that is very, very important, extremely important, because when you are telling somebody something, yes, it may be right or wrong, at least you are communicating. But when it is non-verbal, then it is, sometimes if it is wrong, then everything may be spoiled. So that is the thing. Uh, I would rather, I'll mention another thing, that it is extremely, I like anything, that is respond, not react. Excellent, excellent. And 7 C's, I'll never forget. So that is very nice. And one thing I would request you, that can you give some input or some advice about group discussion?
Oh
Because
yes.
in group discussion, there are so many people, maybe 15, 20, and on a particular topic they started discussing. And you have to participate in the discussion, otherwise you are gone. In that case, how really maintaining all the decorum, discipline, politeness, everything, how we can participate in the discussion, and we can have make them happy, or at least they must say that the thing, whatever I wanted to say, I could communicate. So how can I do it?
Oh, shall I answer you now here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much for this wonderful question. Yes, of course, whatever I have discussed in this presentation applies directly to group discussion. That's why I keep telling my students that, whenever we go for group discussion, it is not a debate. In debate, we fight to establish our ideology, our thoughts as the correct one. But in group discussion, there is room for others' opinion as well. So that is where exactly a discussion, a conversation occurs. When there is conversation, there is solution. But when there is debates, fights, of course there will be solutions. But then, it takes a different ball game altogether. But in discussions, what happened? We are dealing with real-time crisis. We need to find solution. I mean, right? Say, for example, like you and your team. There's this team of engineers who are working on a particular structure, and there's a problem. Now, what happens in order to find that problem, and it needs to be solved at a certain point of time. You cannot afford to wait for long. So now all the team members are called into a room and say that, okay, this is the problem. Let us have a discussion now. How to solve with this problem? Now here what happens? Everyone has his or her opinion. They have studied it well. They have worked on this project. They have their own experience with the project. They will definitely have some suggestion or opinion.
But only
Now,
thing is that you are talking about the group discussion about a particular matter in a
yes,
particular company at a particular time. Right.
so it applies everywhere,
No,
even
but
for job also.
when the students are facing this problem before their interview, when they are shortlisted, at that particular moment, what is happening? It all depends on the coordinator. If
Coordinated.
the,
Yes,
if
yes.
the coordinator is giving chance to all the students, then it is fine. Otherwise, sometime, you know, a particular person is not allowing anybody to discuss anything, and your time is over.
I'm coming to that point, sir. I'm coming to that point. Anyway, okay, fine. I gave a context, but we can bring the same context to the interview sessions. In the interview session, when the students are given a topic, say for example, like very abstract topic, is democracy alive today? Is democracy still relevant today? It's a very generic topic. Now everyone has his or her opinion on that particular topic, yeah, provided they have really prepared themselves for this. Now when they discuss what happened, there are certain students, right, who would raise their voice, who would spread their weight all around, right, and they are the only one who will speak and who will speak and who will speak. In that situation, the first thing each and every student have to keep in mind is that the confidence part. You have to tell yourself you are equally educated, you are equally informed. That person's level of English could be much better than you, but that does not disqualify your knowledge, your content, right? Even if your English is not as good as that person, yet you can communicate because you have your content. So in that case, when the person is raising his voice continuously, hey, democracy is this, democracy is that, he is giving all his thought. What you can do is stand up, or sitting in that sitting position also. You can raise a voice. Thank you so much for your comment. I totally agree with you that democracy is this, that. You raise a voice. You need to raise a
Yeah,
voice.
yeah, yeah.
This,
Right.
that. And then once that person stops, you calm down, bring your voice to normal. And of course, I agree with that. But I look at democracy from this perspective, and I feel that we can move ahead like this in order to restore democracy in our country. And as we do that, then you continue giving your opinion. And there's another person who is quiet, and then Your body language should be such that people feel comfortable in front of you. But if you sit like this, uh, I think let me just do. Yeah. If you sit like this, you're
Yeah,
closed. It
yeah.
could be of two ways. Either the AC is like very cold, you're cold, or you are not ready to accept anything. It
Or like
automatically
this.
happens.
Or
Yes,
you
sir.
have to raise our hand.
Yeah. So,
That
so you know,
so that coordinator gives me a chance.
yeah, the coordinators would the coordinator would give. And another thing I would rather suggest, this is my observation, whenever we go for recruitment also, if someone, you do not wait for the coordinator to, point you and say, hey Jyoti, you say something. I'd rather be ready even before the coordinator points me out. There is in communication, there is something called turn taking. Whenever we are talking, we have this innate quality in us to understand that this is going to end now and I can put my thing. You have to wait for that right moment. Right moment means do not wait for the right moment forever, but you wait for the turn taking part. When you know that, okay, this is coming to an end, then you raise your voice. Yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, I totally agree with you, or I have some reservation with this thought of yours because I look at it from this perspective. Why don't you see the entire issue from this perspective?
Right, right,
So
you are.
sometimes you have to play with your own volume, raise it, and sometimes you need to bring it down, and make sure do not sit like this.
No, no.
Your spine should be straight. Sorry, if you give me the permission, then I,
True,
I
true.
can go a little bit on that, because actually, had it been offline, it would have been more, easier for me to illustrate.
No, no, it's okay.
However,
Right. Carry
when
on.
you're sitting on a chair, the lower back part should touch the end of the back of your chair. I'm supposing this is the chair and this is where you
Yeah.
are seated. This part, your lower back part, should touch this part of the chair, and that is how you do not slouch like this. You sit straight and move a little tilt towards the table like this. This shows that you are eager, you're keen, you are actively participative of the discussion, right?
Oh,
And when you close like this, automatically the weight is on your shoulder, you're stiff, you're not ready to listen, you're angry. And you can't help it, body language works in that way. They do betray our thought, no matter how much we try to
yeah, yeah,
hide,
yeah.
they do betray us. So we have to be open. Now another thing, like I told you about the politeness part, the acknowledgement part, yes, if you bring those thoughts in your mind, and at the same time, like Eric Burns says, he has created a theory that game people play. He said one very important thing, like, we always have to carry this thought: I'm okay, you are also okay. It's not that I'm okay and you are not okay. The moment we have this tendency of looking at things like I'm okay, you're not okay, we end up doing this. Or it's like you are okay and I'm not okay. It's like, we are very submissive. No, we have to be assertive enough to express what we think. And in group discussion, go to the room without fear, telling yourself you are doing good. Each student, we must make, as teachers, it is very important for us to bring out the confidence in our students.
But
And
Jyoti, one thing, I don't know whether you'll agree with me or not, that if somebody is not good in native language, his own Bengali or whatever it is, you know, how come he or she will be able to be a good speaker in English? It's
yes,
not possible,
absolutely.
is
This
it
is
not?
what, yeah, yes, sir, yeah. Any more addition?
No, the thing is
Oh,
that you have seen in different parts of our country, uh, you know, I found that they're very good scientists, but very shy, and naturally the communication is a barrier to them. But at the same time, I found in another part of our country, they are using broken English.
very true.
And just go on telling, okay, maybe the grammar is mistake, everything, but still at the end you will get something from him. Maybe in the form of broken English, maybe the grammar is a bit wrong, but still you will get something, and then you can respond. Is it not? If you don't get anything, so uh, I think communication without response is no communication.
Of course,
Isn't it?
sir. Of course. Here, I maybe I missed out that. Let me just read, put it across. Like, there is no communication without feedback. Response has to be there. I mean, you might then many people might think about the billboards around. Actually, the billboards may not respond directly, but they're indirectly responding when the consumers go and buy the product. It is as simple as that. There is no, even in silence, like, many, I mean, the best way to understand communication is through art, through art, in terms of theater, in terms of films, or in terms of text, I mean, literary text, whatever. So what happens, many writers, many dramatists, even photographers, they use video photographers here, I mean to say, they use silence as communication. So it's like I told you, the gap in silence, the gap in responding also loudly talks about how you look at, perceive a particular message. So silence, or response, without response you can never have any communication. So for example, like, that is why I talked about open-ended question, right? Like, why,
Yeah,
how? If we ask this kind of question, the other person will get the opportunity to express. Maybe the person wants to express
yeah,
himself or
yeah,
herself,
yeah,
but needs a little push, right?
yeah,
Even you can apply the same idea in group discussion. Like, many times what we see, we tell our students, you should contribute something, you should contribute something, but somewhere we fail to tell them that along with contribution, ask questions, right? Like, you have shared an idea, the other person also shared some idea. Now it is important for you to ask questions.
yeah,
Why the person made a statement like this,
yeah,
how he or she perceives that, the issue or the event. When you get an idea of that event, you will also have something to express. So here what happens, getting response, getting feedback, questioning ensures that the communication is effective. Otherwise, we cannot work based on assumption. There is no space for assumption in communication, especially in corporate. There is a very harsh way of talking about assumption. They said that when you assume, you are making a fool of you and me. Right. So, the corporate people, the industry people, they do not work on assumption, of course, because every act of yours, every moment you're working, actually generate revenue. It is directly related to revenue. Therefore, one has to be very clear. Okay. And again, like, sir, I would like to
true,
add
true.
one more thing. Whenever we are talking about revenue, we are not talking in terms of monetary revenue. We're also talking in terms of relational revenue,
Yeah,
and which
yeah.
is more important than the
Yes, yes, sometime. And now I would request Professor Paria to allow other participants, if they have got any question to Jyoti, because they will not get this opportunity again. Maybe we will get again, but at the present moment, if they have got any question, Professor Paria, you may
Ye-
allow them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now I am requesting Dr. Atri Bandyopadhyay uh, to raise the questions by our participants to Jyoti Madam.
Good afternoon, madam. As you all know, that it was a very beautiful and wonderful session. So, for the question answer session, the participants have all commented as it's a very much informative and useful session. Other than that, they would like to request you to share your slides if possible for the future reference, as they have benefited a lot from this session. And other than that, the session is wholly contentful in its own. So they are so much happy with the session, and they don't have any question right now. But for future reference, they would like to have your slides if possible.
Nice.
That's it. Thank you, ma'am, for
Yes,
this
yes.
wonderful session.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Atrey, thank you, Deepti, thank you, the entire Dipan Paria sir, for hosting this show in a very beautiful way, and special thanks to Somnath sir for guiding and for being there, and for your questions. I'm indebted to all of you for arranging such a beautiful FDP, and I wish all of you a grand success for this FDP. And I'm very sure our participants we are going to carry huge
Yeah, yeah,
information and knowledge from this FDP. Thank you so
yeah.
much.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am,
Thank,
for your
thank you,
informative
ma'am.
and interesting deliberations.
Thank you.
So I can tell you that all our participants, as well as we also, are very happy and overwhelmed with your lecture.
Thank
So
you so
here
much.
in this lecture, our speaker have discussed different points and different aspects of the communication in our professional life or career. In this discussion, uh, Dr. Jyoti Dole ma'am, we have discussed the what is professional effectiveness, what is communication, what is effective communication, what are the different importance and impact of communication in our life, what is the complex process of communications, the barriers that we face during our communications, and what are the process to overcome these obstructions. Everything she have discussed clearly. Also she have discussed, explained the 7 C's of communications. Those are very important parameter of the effective communications. Here also she discussed the proper steps to be followed during the written communication in our professional career. So in this way, uh, she also elaborately discussed the scope of developing our effective communication style in future. So I think in this detailed discussion will help us as well as our participants to enhance their knowledge level in the communication language. So again, on behalf of organizing committee, I am thanking you, Jyoti Dole ma'am, for your this important discussion. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Uh, Dear participants, please note that our next session will be started from 3 p.m. and it will be a very interesting lecture on the topic of green, sustainable and high performance concrete by our eminent speaker, Professor Somnath Ghosh. Thank you for your presence. Thank you. We will meet again at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Dipti, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is now 2:54. রাত্রি এতে কত মানে আমাদের ইউটিউবে দেখা যাচ্ছে কত রাত্রি?
স্যার হ্যাঁ স্যার ইউটিউবে স্যার এই মোমেন্টে স্যার এখনো অবধি সেরকম আসেনি, কারণ 3টে বাজেনি তো স্যার। তো 3টে বাজলে স্যার
তখন বোঝা যাবে,
দাঁড়ান স্যার দেখছি স্যার।
তখন বোঝা যাবে। আমাদের এখানে তো শুধু এইচআইটি সবাইকে দেওয়া আছে, তাই তো?
12 স্যার, 12 স্যার, 12।
না, এসে যাবে।
12 স্যার, ইউটিউবে 12।
ওই ওই আর কি।
ইয়েস স্যার,
আচ্ছা,
ইউটিউবে 12।
ঠিক আছে, ওকে।
Sir, can we start?
Yes, yes.
A very good afternoon to all. I welcome you all back to this afternoon session of 5 days faculty development program on recent trends in civil engineering. The speaker of this session is Professor Somnath Ghosh, sir, and the topic is high performance concrete. 85 respectively. Professor Ghosh is a member of the Institution of Structural Engineers, London, and holds MBA degree also. Professor Ghosh had served as Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Technology at Jadavpur University and had also served as country head of a division at an MNC in Nigeria. Presently, Sir is attached with Department of Civil Engineering, Haldia Institute of Technology as Emeritus Professor. So let's welcome Professor Somnath Ghosh, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Deepthi. Let me first this one. Which one? A3?
Yes, sir.
Which one? This one, no? Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I'll be discussing on high performance concrete, but I'll try to make you understand that only high performance concrete is not the requirement for 21st century, because the reason is very simple, that unless the technology is green, all of you know to some extent that what is green technology, and also sustainable. Even if it is high performance concrete, in many situations it will not be able to compete the market. So I'll come to that slowly, what is green and what is sustainable. What do you mean by that? Because whenever we are discussing about your green, sustainable, then people are defining in different way. That is perhaps the problem, that why people are defining in a different way. Why not in a unified way? And this kind of attempt, already made from different countries, especially from the high performance concrete community throughout the world, because every day people are innovating some new things, new concrete for new purpose, with a new new type of performance and cost, because everybody wants that concrete must be tailor-made. That means it is M20 or M40 or M50. That is not the criteria. Criteria will be decided based on the requirement, and the client will decide the requirement, that what kind of concrete exactly they want. And at the same time, the client expects that it should be green because there should not be any objection from the government, whether it is in US or in Britain or in India, that doesn't matter. You have to follow the government laws because suppose if you are developing something and for that there is huge carbon dioxide emission, immediately government will stop that project because you know that throughout the world at least everybody realized that the global warming is a very common thing in every part of the world, and this carbon dioxide emission is one of the reasons. And that's why, you know, slowly I'll show you that how people are propagating this particular concept throughout the world. Because it is not that what I am telling you today or somebody is telling you today. No, it cannot be like that. The policy, you know, that is to be decided. Policy means the industrial policy. And if it is accepted by the government or globally, then only you have a market and you can go for a bigger business. Now, that's why try to understand this way that this green and sustainable, the technology which you are developing and also environment. Because this carbon dioxide emission is a big issue, and I told you that it is one of the reasons for global warming. So you can't, detach these two, technology and environment. You cannot detach it. You have to consider both together, and then you have to propose for the new thing. Now, environmentally friendly. That means you can have a technology, new innovative technology, good technology, fine. But if it is not environmental friendly, if it is disturbing the environment, like I told you, carbon dioxide emission regarding global warming, then you are not your technology will not be acceptable to anybody throughout the world. Now, in this particular aspect, uh, you see, recycling, renewal, resources. That means recycling is a very important aspect. If you do not recycle, then it will not be sustainable. Why? Slowly you will come to know about it. For example, suppose you want your Portland cement. So naturally, if you want Portland cement, you need some limestone, and it is already people are very scared that people are thinking that the resources are decreasing. It will be very difficult to get this limestone even in India. So what to do about that? Now, second thing is, suppose if you have got a house, suppose it is 100 years old, and suppose you have to demolish it, and then all those debris, where it will go? Can you recycle it? Now, if we can recycle it, obviously it is better, of course, without compromising its performance. Now, how to do that? Suppose you are producing every day huge amount of fly ash in the power plants, the basically coal ash. Now, if you reuse it for some purpose, then it's okay. Otherwise, you have to think about its disposal. You cannot dispose anywhere, because if you dispose your fly ash at any place, there will be objection, because there are different kinds of chemicals which are, if you try to study that, then you will find that it may even contaminate the groundwater. So nobody will allow you to throw this fly ash anywhere. Second thing, that if you can give a alternate technology using fly ash, making bricks, then obviously it will be acceptable. And in many states in India, they have already issued government order that if the that particular place where from you are collecting earth for making brick, if it is within 50 kilometers of a power plant, then you have to use fly ash. You cannot really use that particular soil, because if you take soil, means earth, and what will happen, that will create another problem in future. So they are forcing indirectly to use fly ash to manufacture brick. Now this is also recycling, is it not? Because you are using coal ash, which is normally considered waste, and making bricks or concrete, whatever it is. And for this, globally, it is not only in India, there is a policy which everybody knows, carbon credit. That means if you can manufacture a material which will give you the technology, or rather if the technology based on technology is carbon dioxide free, then your income tax will be reduced. That means if somebody is manufacturing fly ash brick, he can claim for carbon credits. Why? Because whatever this profit he will make, that company will make, then after that, whatever the taxes will be there, for that particular company, for this manufacturing fly ash brick, their taxes will be less. Naturally, profit will be more. So this kind of carbon credit facility is there, already there, but many people, they don't know about it. Now, obviously, energy efficient. Wherever the energy consumption is more, obviously cost will be more, and there is a possibility of carbon dioxide emission again. Not always, but if the energy consumption is more, maybe at least in the when people are manufacturing cement, a huge amount of carbon dioxide is coming out, conventional cement. So if you consider all these aspects, the green, sustainable, and also if you take the advantage of carbon credit and recycling, all these aspects, then it is expected that you will be able to produce a cost-effective material. And that is which is required today. That is which is the requirement for 21st century. Now, you see, this environmental and economy. See, when we are talking about this, many people are explaining in different way. But see, somebody in 1987, I have mentioned the name also, the economy can be considered to be a subsystem of a larger ecosystem, namely Earth system. You cannot say I am not at all bothered about that. No, you have to be careful. Global warming is a part of the Earth system. The future availability of stock resources is characterized by being dependent on current use. Stock resources are divided into renewable, non-renewable resources. So in this way, you have to think of the stock resources also, like limestone. Otherwise, you will not be able to arrive at a particular conclusion that whether we are in the right direction or not. We have to think about the environmental aspect and the economical aspect both, not only economical aspect, but and also not only environmental aspect, because whatever you do, to some extent, environment will be disturbed, but it should be disturbed to the minimum extent. Otherwise, our life will be in danger, will be in deep trouble. Now, the combustion of this fossil fuel is inherently dissipative, whereas minerals used for production of a good are available for recycling. So these are the things, many, philosophers or researchers, they actually explain in their own way. So you have to take the positive part of it. And accordingly, you have to decide your plan and work on it. And ultimately, if it is green and sustainable, it will be accepted. And of course, cost effective. Natural greenhouse effect enables an environment that is beneficial for formation and preservation of human life. You see, the person, he has expressed his mind in this way. But you have to take the positive part of it. And accordingly, you have to make your plan. Now, there is a 3R initiative. It is well known throughout the world. If you go to any country, they will, whenever you are saying green, sustainable, they will discuss about it. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. So we need to build a sound material cycle society through the effective use of resources and materials. This is the the thought behind it. Now, the promotion of this 3R initiative was agreed in at your G8C Iceland summit in 2004. It is not that the people have not discussed anything before that. Yes, before that also people discuss about many things. But officially, globally, this G8C Iceland summit, it has contributed a lot. In order to formally launch this 3R initiative, it was also agreed to hold a ministerial meeting in Japan in spring 2005. So why I am mentioning it? Because it is not that, something I am only saying. Rather, you can say that I have gone through this thing and I'm convinced, and that's why that I'm presenting this 3-year initiative before you. And this is the way the our technology should uh, be developed, and then only our technology with your global initiative, that will match. And nowadays, if you do something which is not matching with the rest of the world, normally it is not very profitable, or it is, we should not do it, because we should be able to understand the global requirements or global understanding, and we should be able to compatible with the rest of the world. India is not just an island. No, it is not like that. We are connected to different countries, and ultimately we will not do anything wrong, but we have to make the business also. Now, energy transition pathway. Try to understand. This is a situation, this is a transition period, right? In this transition period, what should be pathway? It is not that whatever I am telling you, whatever in G8 summit people have discussed, everything everybody has understood and everybody is doing like that. No, no, not at all. It's a transition period. The problem of decarbonization, the industry, is that energy transition pathway are not yet clearly defined. Even every day, the industry is discussing about it. But nobody can say that, yes, we are, 100% following G8 declarations. Air pollution, environmental pollution in various forms continue to degrade ecosystem. That we know. And the environmentalists, they are, highlighting all these aspects for a long time. But now I believe that slowly through these summits and enforcement of the particular law in the particular place, the many things are happening. Like I tell you, the technology which I'll be discussing today, that technology to a great extent already implemented in Australia, but not in other countries. Maybe in US to some extent. Then what is the reason behind it? A particular country is accepting some policy to a great extent, some country is not following. But one common thing is there, that the 3R policy everybody accepted, but they could not implement, because it is not that easy to implement in their country, and that is the challenge. And we have to do the research, or we have to implement in industry, keeping this 3 years summit declaration. Otherwise, we can't go by our own way. Less innovation, cost reduction have taken place in this arena, with majorities still relying on fossil fuels or natural gas. So the path forward is far less clear. You can easily understand from this statement. Now, using alternate fuels such as zero carbon electricity to generate the high temperature required for the process in the target sector would be difficult. A collaborative approach from the public and private sector has resulted in economics of scale, progress, cost reduction, and scale up in renewable energy development. So it is not that only in the area of fly ash. There are many other areas. Of course, solar energy another area which I will not be discussing today. Now, you see the green and sustainable technologies which are environmentally friendly and low carbon are rapidly growing. Why you are saying rapidly growing? Because many things yet to be developed. When I'll finish my lecture, then you will find there are many areas which is not yet touched. Unfortunately, as the negative environmental, health, and economic aspects of non-sustainable choices become ever more abominable. There is a clear need to accelerate the penetration of green technologies to create a beautiful global society. Now you see, just think, this negative environmental, health, economic aspects of non-sustainable choices. It still exists. This is the wrong path. This is the wrong choice. And that is why whatever we are suffering from global warming or other reasons, it is day by day, it is increasing. So either through law or your proper understanding about the this environmental and economical aspects, you have to develop something. Obviously, it should be innovative, and then only it will be acceptable to the industry. Otherwise, you can't force anybody. Now that's why the green, sustainable, high performance concrete. Because today I'll be discussing on high performance concrete. There are many areas, but I'll be concentrating on high performance concrete. But green and sustainable, right? Because I have discussed in many institutes in the industry on high performance concrete. But now I believe that this is not sufficient. Now I think that it should be green and sustainable. Now, high performance concrete means not only strength, it means ductility, it should be workable, and it should be durable. Is it not? So if you think about strength only, one can produce M80 concrete, no problem, not a problem at all. Even more than that. But the moment you will assess the ductility, it may not, be all right. May not be all right means according to the requirement of the code. Code means whenever you are going for winds and seismic resistant structures, then ductility is a very, very important parameter. You all know that for ductility IS 13920 and IS 4326, these two codes are to be followed. And whenever you will be recommending your particular design, you have to write that it is following IS 13920 and IS 4326. Then you have to sign. Workability obviously is very important, because workability means it is not that the slump will be more than 100. The concrete should be like a fluid. It is just like a fluid. So it's a collapse slump. So Previously, we used to categorize into different types of workability, medium, high, low, and accordingly, we have we said that if the slump is more than 140 millimeter, it is high, and like that. But now it is workable means it should be pumpable. Nobody will be able to carry the concrete to a height of 50 meters. If it is a 16-story, 17-story building, nobody will carry concrete on head. So you have to just pump the concrete to that level or even more than that. And at the end, the property of the concrete at the ground level and the property of concrete you are receiving at the top level must be same. So is it very easy? No. Because you have got stone chip, sand, cement, admixtures, water. And they have got different densities and solid and liquid. So 4-5 phase is a means material. So how this material property at the ground level will be same at the delivery level at the top? Just through pumping. Is it possible? So you have to think about the cohesiveness. You have to think about pumping parameters. So it is not that easy. Then comes durability. Then when you are talking about durability, you say it should be durable. What does it mean? No, it should last for 100 years. No, it has, in this way, if you discuss, it has got no meaning. You have to develop something like durability index. That means you have to perform experiments in acid environment, alkaline environment, sulfate environment, and after that you have to, regularly check up the performance after exposing it to say 12 weeks, 30 weeks, or 50 weeks, and you have to see whether the strength has come down to a particular value or not. So all these things are very important, and you have to quantify. I mean, durability is so far we try to say that it is durable because even if I expose this concrete in acid for 20 weeks, its strength has not deteriorated more than 50%. No, this is not the way one cannot define durability. I must ask him that what is the concentration of acid? If it is exposed to sulfate, what will happen? If it is exposed to other kinds of acid, nitric acid or sulfuric acid, what will happen? Now, definitely, you have to quantify. That means after this conducting experiments, you have to finally say, yes, durability index is so much, and if it is so much, then it can be considered. It is good. Like I tell you that when you are considering ductility, then in in IS 1893, there is a term ductility index, and that or the ductility factors. When you are considering the building as a whole, then you can obtain that factor. That means you have to calculate the displacement at the failure stage and displacement at the yield stage. There is a definition, of course, and that ratio will tell you that it is whether it is acceptable or not. It may be 3, it may be 4, it may be 5. When you are considering the building as a whole, why not 10? That means this 3, 4, 5 that they have recommended after huge amount of research, and they found that yes, if we recommend this way and if the engineers are following this way, then the ductility will be all right. The damage will not be to that level, and it will be acceptable. Now, if we think about member ductility, for a RCC simple beam, if you find out the ductility ratio, the displacement at the failure stage divided by displacement at yield, that you may allow up to 12, 13, 14. So ductility ratio of a building frame and ductility ratio of the individual member like a beam, they may be of different range. One is 3, 4, 5, another may be 13, 14, 15. But thing is that somebody worked on it, considered different aspects of the building, performance of the building, and after that they have arrived at a particular conclusion, and then it is codified. And then you are accepting it. Similar thing need to be done for durability. It is not there. Some definitions are there. There are many ways people are defining durability. I'll come to that later on. But still, almost there is no work done so that we can really assess durability of a tailor-made concrete. Why I'm saying tailor-made concrete? Because if the client is, expecting some concrete from you, that means whose property is already defined, and then you have to make concrete accordingly. You cannot prescribe. You have to develop that concrete according to their requirement. This is the difference. This is tailor-made concrete. Now, this durability and permeability, just think about it. If the lot of this water or some chemical agents, if they can penetrate through the concrete, what will happen? The interface between the particles will be disturbed. As a result, strength will come down. And obviously, we don't expect the concrete should be permeable, less permeable. One is water permeability, other is is all this chlorine and other things, sulfate. So obviously, this permeability and durability, they should be linked. They should be linked together. Durability has got different other aspects. But obviously, permeability is one of the important aspects. Like I tell you that later on, that softivity is another way of assessing this permeability, but not in a conventional way. Then pumpability, I told you already that you have to decide after testing the concrete whether that is pumpable or not. So the cohesiveness is important. Now think about slump. If the slump is more, the concrete will flow more. Do you think that the same concrete is acceptable for you're pumping that concrete to the higher level. No, no, not at all. Why? Because if you try to pump that concrete, and if it is not cohesive, then what will happen? At the top level, maybe initially some water will come out, then the stone chips and sand will come out separately. But you have to make a mix so that the entire mix is cohesive. And for that, there are different types of admixtures available. And if you use those admixtures, then ultimately you will be able to confirm, yes, whatever I am sending from the ground floor, you will be receiving the similar concrete at the top floor, almost same concrete at the top floor. So this you have to establish. Here comes the question of rheology. We normally, or now even, we are not at all bothered about viscosity of concrete. Regarding flow, this flow parameters sometimes we consider, and also this workability, means slump, or maybe some other way of measuring workability, but you never measure viscosity. But now, if you have a rheometer, you can have the viscosity of that concrete. And that will be the deciding factor. That will be the deciding factor for pumpable concrete, not the way we are doing slump and all. Maybe after some time, all these methods will be no longer used. Now let us come to another aspect, that is thixotropy. Thixotropy is that, with time, concrete is losing its workability because setting is slowly taking place. Now, if you know the rate of reducing this workability, then you can define a term thixotropy. And that is also very important because the concrete which you are making in the ready mix plant, then you are taking it to the site and then you are putting, delivering in a tank, and from there you are pumping to the top. So there is a time gap. During this time gap, if you really want to understand what happened to the concrete, exactly what is the difference between the concrete in the RMC plant and delivered at the top, then you have to understand thixotropy. And accordingly, you have to add another admixture at site before delivering to the tank, concrete tank. And you will recover the properties again. And you can again say that yes, viscosity is of this level, thixotropy is in this level. So now if we pump the concrete, they will receive the concrete, the similar concrete there. So these are the things, is becoming very, very important in nowadays concrete uses. Shrinkage, you all know, is a very, very important parameter. And there is immediate shrinkage, drying shrinkage, and also shrinkage is taking place for different reasons over a long period. And due to this, the stress level in the concrete will be more and concrete may crack. Heat generation, you all know that it's a real problem. If the volume of concrete is very huge, then in that case there will be huge heat generation, and that is also not good for concrete and the construction, and also the people who are working there. Like when you are constructing dam and huge amount of concrete is there and the huge heat generation, you can't work. So these are the important aspects. Now this durability and permeability, these two things most readily attack components of the cement paste. I am talking about the conventional cement paste, which we are using. That calcium aluminate, if it is more than 5-6%, the concrete behavior totally changes. Calcium hydroxide, it's a problem. Previously, we used to use this ordinary Portland cement. When we add, water, then calcium hydroxide and CSH gel forms, and that calcium hydroxide remains in the concrete. And if the alkali remains in the concrete, it has got positive and negative both effects. In acidic environment, the concrete protects the steel from corrosion. But if there is calcium hydroxide, obviously the particle to particle interface will be disturbed. So we don't want that. And nowadays you are going for blended cement. There what is happening? We are adding fly ash or blast furnace slag. And what we are doing? We are blending it. That means whatever the clinker we are getting, that we are placing in the ball mill and making it a powder, and then we are adding fly ash or slag, whatever it is, and we are blending it properly in the ball mill, and ultimately we are using. What is the advantage of that? Advantage of that is nothing but your calcium hydroxide, which will be liberated after adding water, that will react with the fly ash and it will give you aluminum silicate gel, and this calcium hydroxide will be exhausted. So you are getting more gel and the calcium hydroxide is exhausted. Obviously it is good for concrete. That is what we could achieve in our this blended cement. That means which we are saying fly ash cement, or this PPC or PSC, Portland slag cement, all are blended cement. Now question comes, alkali silica content. If they react, what will happen? So these are important. Silica content, all these things are important. It has got positive and negative, both sides are there. Now, you see, the strategies to limit negative occurrence, that limiting total alkalis, sodium, potassium, whatever it is in cement, you have to limit it. You have to use aggregate which are not reactive, which will not, make reaction with your alkalis. Provide additional reactive silica in the form of fly ash, because fly ash has got huge amount of silica, or silica fumes, or other kinds of natural pozzolana, which will consume alkali, which I just now I have explained about blended cement. So in this way you can limit the negative occurrences. Now you see, there are few more problems. Inadequate compaction resulting segregation. This macro cracks resulting shrinkage, thermal stresses. Bleeding is a huge problem. Volume of pore or capillaries. If it is more, then there is another problem. Then the distribution of pores and their discontinuity. That's also a problem. Try to understand one after another. See, due to your inadequate compaction, the what will happen? The particles will segregate. That is very common. Due to shrinkage, the cells will develop. Okay, that is also. But what is bleeding? What is the difference between bleeding and segregation? That you have to understand. If it is bleeding, then you have to use a particular type of uh, admixture to stop that bleeding. If you have got problem in segregation, then you have to make the concrete cohesive. Then you have to use another type of admixture. So you must be sure that whether it is bleeding or segregation. How to do that? If you have very heaps of concrete, and if you see that the water is coming out of that, what is coming out of that? Not the particles are segregated, but still water is coming out of that. That is bleeding. But if the particles are segregated, then it is segregation. Now, if the pore volume or capillaries, volume of capillaries is more, obviously permeability will be more, strength will be less. Again, there will be pore in concrete, but the pores must be connected. All the pores must be connected. But if there is discontinuity, there is a problem. What is that problem? Which happened in a very high performance concrete in your Eurotunnel. And in Eurotunnel, what happened? That during a particular fire, suddenly the concrete bursts. And initially, people thought that it is bomb blasting or something like that. But after that, they have examined and they have seen that the concrete is so dense and the almost minimum pore is not at all there, and the pores are not even connected. So as a result, what happened? When it is under fire, then the water within the pores evaporates. And this vapor pressure created a tremendous pressure. Ultimately, concrete, bursts, cracks. So that is why the concrete should have some amount of pores, maybe within 1 to 3%, and they must be interconnected. So you cannot do anything and making the pores are, if it is not connected, that means you are damaging actually. Let it be there is pore, and if they are connected, then what will happen? If within a particular pore, if the vapor develops, then it will take the other path and it will come out. It will never burst. So this is also another problem of high strength concrete. In most of the high strength concrete, you will find that these pores are less and the pores are not connected. This is a problem. And another thing you will find, not of course, I am not saying in the context of pore, that is, if the strength is very high, the concrete is becoming rigid. It is losing its ductility. So what I'll do with the strength, if it is not ductile, how can I use it for high-rise buildings where the ductility is one of the requirements? So that is why you have to make high-strength ductile concrete. So this is a real challenge. So whatever I have already told you, that is we want green, sustainable, high strength, ductile concrete, and should be durable and pumpable. So just think about it. Just take all these things together. It's a real challenge. It's a real challenge. It is not that easy. Now you see, The reduction of permeability. You have to avoid bleeding, blocking capillary channels, proper curing, controlling water cement ratio. Obviously, if it is more, then what will happen? The water which is required for hydration, if you add more water, then the remaining water will remain in concrete and occupy some space. After some time, that particular water will evaporate out, leaving gaps in concrete, and that will, ultimately the concrete strength will come down and permeability will be very high. Because pores are interconnected, huge pores are there, so the water permeability is very high, and with water, many chemicals will go inside, and the particle to particle interface will be disturbed. As a result, the concrete strength will come down. So, in order to stop that, you have to block the capillary channels to some extent, not fully. And addition of hydrophobic material is very much required. Is very much required. There are many admixtures, and you can, if you use it with low water cement ratio, you will be able to produce flowable concrete. Means flowable is just like fluid, and you will be able to produce very high strength concrete. So it is not that nothing has been developed. Yes, it is developed. I'll show you everything. But question is that, is those concrete which already have developed, they are green and sustainable? No. So the moment you are trying to make it green, the technology should be green and sustainable, then you have to think about the 3R, all these things, and then you will be able to develop a particular solution which is acceptable to all. Then comes pumpability. To some extent, pumpability can be equated with the resistance to bleeding. If the bleeding is more, no, you have to think about it. The blockage, pumping failure occurs when mix segregates under pressure. So when you are putting some pressure to take the concrete at the top level, under the pressure, the particles may segregate. So you have to think about it. So only water will not solve your problem. It will increase the workability, but it will create many problems, segregation and many other things. Some water will not take part in the reaction. So that is why you have to stop all these things. And bleeding of water or segregation of water occurs due to gap grade concrete aggregates. So these are very simple things, but you have to remember, pumpability is best assured if all sizes of aggregates particles are present in approximately equal quantity. Not that it is well graded sample, but you have to maintain a certain level of cohesiveness, and that is by using some plasticizers. That is viscosity modifying plasticizers. And this is very popular in the market now. I'll show you something where we have used viscosity modifying admixtures and produced pumpable concrete. Now sinkage. This drying sinkage and carbonation sinkage, both are possible. Sinkage is resisted by aggregate during contraction of hardening cement paste when it loses water. Shrinkage largely depends on total quantity of water in the original mix, elastic modulus of the coarse aggregate, and proportion of aggregates. Gypsum content of cement influences shrinkage. So these are the things you already know. But still I am reminding you that when you are thinking of a good concrete, green, sustainable, high performance, high strength concrete, then you have to keep everything in mind. And start thinking in terms of viscosity, thixotropy, not only slump. Slump will not give you everything. Rather, you are not getting the inside of the, the properties of concrete. Because viscosity will give you, I'll show you that the different concrete is giving same slump, but their proportion is different. Slump is not that reliable, or other the procedures are there to measuring flow. Now heat generation. Large masses of concrete generates substantial quantity of heat generation during hydration. It's happening. Huge amount of concrete. Then heat generation is minimized by using cement with lesser amount of tricalcium aluminate or tricalcium silicate. You can do it because these are things you know. Low heat cement produces less heat and OPC and all these things. I don't think that we should discuss this because you all know from your concrete technology knowledge. Fly ash is very effective, right? So that's why as the fly ash is present in your PPC or PSC, that's why heat generation in this kind of blended cement, the PPC and PSC, it's much lower than OPC. Of course, OPC is not available in the market now. Now let us come to some other way of understanding the rheology. You see that stability, compactability, mobility. These three things are important. Stability, the cohesiveness and all these things. Compatibility, the ingredients should be compatible to each other. Fly ash should be compatible with cement, or cement should be compatible with that mixture. So that compatibility, we don't think this way. But there are ways one can, give an idea about the compatibility. If it is not compatible, what the way you are thinking, nothing will happen. The mobility, just now I told you, and mobility is cohesion, viscosity, internal friction. These three things are important. Stability, segregation, and bleeding. Compactability obviously gives you the relative density. Now, if you take all together, that is what is rheology of fresh concrete, and which slowly you will find within another 5 years, people are going for viscosity measurements, thixotropy measurements, and for that already in the market rheology, to just measure this rheological property, the instruments are available, right? Because I have worked on this kind of instrument, and in developed countries they are going for it. In our country, of course, is already started because in our country concrete technology is very good compared to any other country. Now, this new generation concrete, I will put self-compacting concrete, then geopolymer concrete. Why self-compacting concrete? Because we have got already a code. Geopolymer concrete, yes, it has got a code in the name of alkali activated concrete, which came out in 2020. But self-compacting concrete, this code came out long back. Now, you see, the self-compacting concrete, the name itself is telling you that you are making a concrete, and when you are pressing it, no vibration is required. No vibration is required. It's self-wet. It's sufficient to compact the entire concrete, and no external vibration is required. No needle vibrator, plate vibrator is required. So that's why it is self-compacting concrete. So if you think about a pumpable concrete, when you are pumping to that level, say 60 meters or 80 meters higher level, then it is just coming out like water, and then it is going at different places, and then you are only receiving at different places, You are just taking the hose to different places and pouring the concrete. And within a short time, you will find that concrete is fully leveled, very nice, with little bit of finishing, concrete is over. Concreting is totally over. No vibration, nothing. Now, if you take a core of from that concrete, means after hardening, and if you test that concrete, you will find minimum voids. You will get huge strength. So what else you want? What else you want? So these are the things we should be able to develop, and we have already developed with conventional cement. But when you are using concrete with conventional cement, it is not green, because the conventional cement is manufactured from limestone. And also during manufacturing conventional cement, while manufacturing the clinker and all these things, huge amount of energy is required. Huge amount of carbon dioxide emission is happening. So that is also not acceptable. It is not a green cement or green concrete. Obviously, it is not sustainable, because I have already told you the parameters regarding sustainability. So it is not meeting those parameters. So if you can go for a self-compacting concrete, obviously green and sustainable, obviously faster construction, reduction in the site manpower, better surface finish, easier pressing, improved durability, and reduced noise level. There is no question of vibration, no needle vibrator noise. So you have to think in this way, but only add here green sustainable. Rest with conventional cement, we have already developed it. Maybe it is not that popular in our country. Of course, now it is very popular after pumpability came into the picture. It is now very popular. So the composites, cement, mineral admixtures, means fly ash, DGBS, all these things, water, chemical admixtures, high water reducing, this reducers, super pasteurizers, and viscosity modifying admixtures. These three are used. Fine aggregates means sand, coarse aggregate. So you have to do it this way. Now think about that. How can you say that a concrete is self-compacting? So there are some tests. If the concrete passes through those tests, then we can say that yes, this concrete is self-compacting, and obviously it is pumpable and you can use it safely, and you will get the property at the ground level and the property at the top level same. So this is the way you have to convince people. There are takers, but the question is that you have to give the right quality of concrete. The tailor-made concrete, whatever they want, you have to give that concrete only. And for that, if you charge few lakhs, nobody bothers to give. Always you will get that money. Now, these are the 4 tests. Normally, we do it. There are 10 tests total. Now, these tests actually, long back, it came to the, American guidelines, and then European guidelines. And now, of course, it is in Indian guidelines also. Now, you see, these are the 10 tests. The slump flow, the T50, J-ring, V-funnel, P-funnel at T minutes, L-box, U-box, fill, and like that. Now, these tests are giving you filling ability. These tests are giving you passing ability. These tests are giving you segregation resistance. These are all passing ability, filling ability. So, if your concrete fulfilling the requirement of all the tests, then you can say that yes, my concrete is self-compacting concrete. Now you see, this is a particular, test, slump flow test, and let me show you that how the test is performed. I don't know, it should work. It is your bad luck, it is not working. This is V funnel test. Previous test is nothing. Previous test is that there is a cone, they filled up with concrete, and they are taking the cone up, and after that they are keeping the concrete here. Concrete will flow to this level or maybe more than that. If it crosses this particular dotted line, that means it is passed in slump flow test. That is whatever I thought that it will work, but it's not working. Now this is your V funnel test, that they are pouring concrete here and the bottom is just closed, and after filling this V funnel up to this level, then they are opening this particular plate, means then the concrete will come down, and within few seconds this concrete will there will be no concrete within the slump cone, and you have to measure that time or you have to record that time, right? So that is the test. I wanted to show you, but I don't know what is happening. I don't know. It is not working. This is another one. This is the same type of the first one, that the cone is at the middle, and these are they conceived as in reinforcements. And then when you are taking up the cone, then the concrete is flowing. If it crosses this particular line, this particular line, then it has passed in gearing test. I don't know whether it will work or not. Probably it is not working for some other reason. This is again one more concrete, that this U box test. If you pour the concrete from this side and there is a lock here, whenever you will take this, then concrete will flow and come to this level. If it is water, it should be at the same level. But it is not water, so there will be difference. And if this difference is equal to a or less than a particular value, then you can say it has passed through U box test. Now you see there is L box test, and these are the slump flow, T-wave, gearing, all these tests, and these are the maximum value, minimum value. So if your value is within this maximum minimum, then you can say yes, the acceptance criteria are fulfilled. So think about this particular chart. These are the different mixes. This is cement content, kg per meter cube. This is the fly ash content, kg per meter cube. GGBS. This is your silica fumes. This is metakaolin. Like that. Sand, coarse aggregate, water by powder ratio, superprocessor, and this is the viscosity modified admixture. So these are the mix prepared, right? After that, there is another set of this you can say different sets of mixes, and this means this concrete and this concrete all designed for M65. So in both the cases, we found more than M65 and can be considered as high strength concrete. So it is possible. It is very much possible. And it is not that somebody has done in US or in Britain. No, it is done in India only. Many institutes, they know how to design a self-compacting concrete. Especially, I tell you, in Eastern Zone, Jadavpur University has done a lot on concrete technology. So they are doing consultancy also in these areas. Now you see the super processors, viscosity volume admixtures. I told you that these are not always compatible to a particular type of cement. This is the problem. That means, suppose in laboratory you have used Ultratech, and suppose some admixture or processor from Sika or some other company. But in the site, they are using different cement, different admixtures. No, same thing may not happen, because this processor and cement, they may not be compatible. So that's why are not compatible with all types of cement. So you have to be very careful about it. Now let us come to one more area, and then I think we may have discussion. This is nothing but alkali activated concrete, or people are saying geopolymer concrete. So you see that I already told you that what is happening during manufacturing of cement. You see, just to produce 1 ton of cement, 1 ton of carbon dioxide is released in the atmosphere. And just imagine, worldwide production, this contributes 7% of the total greenhouse gases, and which results to, ultimately global warming. And this, the limestone reserve all over the world getting rapidly exhausted. So think about it. Already I told you. Now, this geopolymer is a term which is introduced by David Ovitz in 1970s. He was a metallurgist. So mostly he worked in that area initially, and developed materials like, geolite. And from there, he has given this name. But the geopolymer or alkali activated material for metallurgists and for concrete technologists, the civil engineers, are different. So for a long time, even David Ovitz, discussed a lot about it, but even then, nobody concentrated in the area of geopolymer in civil engineering, where the source material is fly ash, metakaolin, or blast furnace slag, rice ash, etc. And these are, mixed with metal hydroxide, sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, or sodium silicate, potassium silicate, and the the magic is occurring. And what is happening, that when you are adding this alkali metal oxide, means sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide, the fly ash or GGB, reduced blast furnace slag, or whatever it is, all these materials, ices, it gets dissolved, and then it's crystallized. And during this process, a gel, at a particular stage, it is just like a gel. And during that particular period, if you add sand and stone chip, coarse aggregate, then you can get a concrete. And within a very short time, the whole thing get hardened and you are getting the concrete. Now, the similar kind of thing is happening in case of conventional cement also. But in this case, difference is that there is no conventional cement. Only, either sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide with your sodium silicate or potassium silicate and fly ash, etc. All this polychloronic material. So there is no question of using any conventional cement. And that is why it is green. That is why it is green. And we are recycling it, something. That means, obviously, it is sustainable. Because when you are recycling it, that technology is sustainable. Right? It is not finished at that moment. You can recycle it. That fly ash. Production technology is very simple. It gives you, higher mechanical strength, fast curing. If you go for heat curing, it will very fast. Obviously, with slag, you can even go for water curing. Very little drying sinkage and low creep. Extremely good resistance to sulfate, chloride, and alkalis, which is not, comparable with your conventional cement. Obviously, a conventional concrete with conventional cement. They are, that disintegrates when they are exposed to sulfate or chloride or alkalis. Now, high, excellent resistance to fire and can withstand up to 1000 to 1200 centigrade. As you all know, that conventional concrete beyond 400 centigrade temperature, it gets disintegrates. Strength is coming down, at a high rate. But it is not in your alkali octate concrete or geopolymer concrete. It has got high freeze thaw resistance. Obviously, the entire alkali is exhausted by fly ash. There is no fly, this alkali left. So no alkali aggregate reactions are highly durable because we are good against sulfate, chloride and all these things, acid, so highly durable. So this is a particular material which you can now say it is green, sustainable. Now, obviously, you have to give a high strength, and highly durable. Now, whatever I have discussed, it is obviously much more durable than conventional concrete. And the strength, at least I can tell you that whatever work I have done, I got up to M60 in the laboratory. Sometimes I got 80, but I will not claim for that. Up to 60, M60 is fine. Now, alkali content is represented like that, silica content, water binder ratio, and then fly ash content, curing temperature, if it is heat curing. If we add slag with it, then heat curing is not required, water curing is sufficient. Then duration of thermal curing, if you go for heat curing, then what is the duration, 4 hours or more than that, or 24 hours, like that, or 48 hours. So we have worked on it, but it is very difficult to show all the slides here because I have written 3 books. In those books, everything is given in detail, and you will get the copy of those books means available in Amazon book. You see, if your alkali content is increasing, you see compressive strength is increasing. Just see, I have gone up to 50, 47, 48. Right? And silica content is 4. Curing temperature is 85 degrees centigrade for 48 hours. So these are the things already if you go through those books, it is already available there. Now you see that the the alkali content, it makes certain changes in the microstructure also. So here your this ratio is 0.46, here 0.62. It is extremely dense, and this kind of photograph you will get from scanning electron microscopy. And obviously, if you go through this X-ray, XRD, EDAX, all this, you will get this kind of graphs, and all these peaks will denote the compound formation. What kind of compound has formed? That you will be able to know that. Now, this is another graph. You see the water geopolymer solid ratio. That is around 0.3. Is giving the maximum. Now, obviously, 0.3 is very low water cement ratio. Is it not? Obviously, you have to add admixture to it. Now, there are many other aspects, because if the alkali content is very high, then you have to manage it by using some other kind of admixtures. Because if the alkali content is very high, then the dissolution rate increases. As a result, the gel forms very fast and also becomes crystalline in a very short time. So these are the aspects. I'm not going into detail of it because we don't have time today. Sometime we may discuss on this subject only. And you see, this is another thing, that sand fly ash ratio. When you are adding sand, you can say microconcrete. Is it not? It's a fine aggregate, and there is no conventional cement, and you just see sand fly ash ratio from 0.51, 1.5 like that. Thus it has increased to around 47. Okay. So these are the results, very encouraging results, and I think that within a very short time it will replace conventional cement. And already, this is an indication, because in 2020, the code for alkali activated concrete has come out. Now you see, this is another, that if we go for higher curing temperature, obviously at a particular level, it is giving you something, but beyond that, we are not getting an advantage. So we should not go for higher curing temperature. Similarly, this this duration of curing, if it is 10 hours, 20 hours like that, beyond a particular stage, it is not increasing to a great extent. So we can limit that curing time also. Because why? If it is heat curing, if it is for a long time, then the energy consumption will be more. So if you want to optimize the this energy consumption, then we should be able to recommend a particular level of temperature and the temperature duration, means curing duration, right? Otherwise we can't economize, means we will not be able to produce concrete at a lower cost. Now I tell you, at the present moment, heat curing is not that popular, because we have examined that if we add blast furnace slag, then heat curing is not required. Why it is not required? That is, I need another 2 hours to explain that, but that maybe later on. But now my suggestion is that add slag and go for water curing, and that will give you a concrete where you will be able to avoid heat curing. That means the energy part, that the cost of that energy, that can be reduced, and it will be cost effective. Now, I have discussed many things, and within the limited time, and I don't think that if we go on discussing on it, it's of no use. it is always that whatever I told you, accordingly, you go to the laboratory, make some experiment, and come out with something, and then modify it, again modify it, and then you will be able to come out with a optimal solution, and that is which is expected from a researcher or from an engineer. Industry is waiting for this material. Only thing is that we have to give them a ready material, not that research. We have to tell them that, see, till today you have used conventional concrete, now start using this concrete, and the advantages, cost aspect, and the other aspects you have to discuss and convince them. As they are convinced, the code has already come out, and now the process will accelerate. The use of alkali activated concrete or geopolymer concrete will increase within a very short time. It will be a competitive market because many people, players are coming in this kind of research, and one should never be complacent, but should be ever alert for new problems, new solutions, and new opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative and interesting deliberation on the topic green, sustainable, high performance concrete. We, the faculty members of Haldia Institute of Technology, as well as all the participants, are very happy and overwhelmed with this session. Professor Ghosh has discussed important points and aspects of green and sustainable concrete. In this discussion, Sir has discussed how we can use fly ash, which is a waste generated from the thermal power plant in manufacturing bricks. What are the advantages of carbon credits? How global warming is a main concern as it is the part of the Earth system. Sir explained the 3 Rs initiative and what is the importance and impact of energy transition pathway. Design parameters of high performance concrete, important aspects about concrete like durability and permeability, pumpability, shrinkage, and heat generation were discussed. Sir clearly explained the components of alkali activated concrete and how the reaction takes place. Professor Ghosh also discussed few problems in high strength concrete and also threw light on rheology. Sir also explained about how it is important to make high strength ductile concrete which is durable and pumpable. Sir emphasized on the importance of self compacting concrete cement. I think this detailed discussion will help our participants to enhance their knowledge in high performance concrete. So again, on behalf of organizing committee, I am thanking you, sir, for this important discussion. Thank you very much. Now,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
welcome, sir. Now I would like to pass on to Dr. Atrey Bandopadhyay, who will be asking the questions posted by the participants in the chat box. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir, for this very much informative session as well as very much interesting session also. I myself have a few questions. Like, sir, as per your lecture, I have noticed one thing that this is a very fruitful material to be using for high strength concrete as it can enhance the ductility of the structure also. So is there any way that it can be used to earthquake prone areas? Is there an application of this kind of concrete for earthquake prone areas?
Yes, actually, when I was talking about ductility, I had
Yes, sir.
mentioned that for a earthquake resistant structure, the ductility is a very important parameter.
Yes, sir.
So, whatever the technology you are using to improve the ductility of the this normal reinforced concrete, conventional concrete. If we can provide even better than that, then obviously it is useful. It is already, it's a geopolymer, means there is some polymeric effect is there. So you can expect more ductility. But only thing is that people are working on ductility. People have worked on mechanical strength, people have worked on other areas, but ductility, not many people worked on it. In HIT also, Devanjan is working on ductility.
Thank you, sir. And for the question answer session, if anyone have any query, please post your comments. Post it in the comment section. And anyone from the in-house faculties, if anyone have any query, please go on.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I have a question that is there any application of this high strength concrete in soil stabilization or soil strengthening like this?
You see, when you are using fly ash and when you are adding alkali, then what happens? That fly ash get dissolved and some gel is formed.
Yes, sir.
And naturally, during that period, if you add soil or anything else, naturally that will, the strength of that particular material will be more, because the soil particles will be, binded together by the gel. And after that, there will be crystallization and the product will be much more harder. And you can expect higher bearing strength of soil. And obviously the other CBR value and other things will increase. And UCS value will increase. Shear strength value will increase. So these are the areas, not many people worked on these areas. People are concentrating in only in concrete. But the application of this in soil mechanics, it is also, some people are doing it. I think slowly it will, useful to others. And you are also one of them who is working in this area.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You see, I don't think that normally after this kind of lecture, people are asking many questions because, you have understood something, listened something, but the assimilation is required. And after assimilation, then you may ask some question, because it's a totally gray area. And those things even can be discussed later on also, because it is not something which is a technology known to everybody. It is a new technology. It has not yet fully developed, so it may take some time to assimilate the whole thing. May not be immediately the question will come to somebody's mind. Anyway, it's good.
Okay, sir.
Those who are working on it, I hope that they will come out with flying colors.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, sir.
So I'm closing
Thank you,
this
sir.
session. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your immense valuable time. And for our presentation, which has been going on till now, dear participants, please note that our next session will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp. It will be a very interesting lecture on the topic of soap, detergent, and missile, their application in chemistry by Anjali Pal ma'am. I thank you all for your presence. And with this, we come to an end of first day of our 5 days online FTP program on the topic of recent trends in civil engineering. Thank you. See you all tomorrow again. Have a great day.